Family ain't just whoever birthed you or having the same blood flowing within you. Family is your friends, those who look up to you. So I believe my family is proud of me. Hi, my name is Mujiz Hilary, and this is my story on Double XL. How did I become an artist? I was born an artist, I must say. I've been doing art since I was year high till now, so it's one of those things. I was born to be an artist. How do I describe my art form? I think I'm a digital artist. I use computers. The computer is what I use to create this amazing work I have. But I can draw and paint, but I'm focused on the digital kind of work. What motivates me? I believe our environment as it is, the stories that are told happening, whatever happens in our environment inspires me. People, nature itself, structures, anything around me inspires me. So I don't have a specific source of inspiration, but our environment and the humans we interact with inspire me. Does my work impact community? Of course, you know, recently there's this art piece that was done at a big cultural event. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, the Kabaka's piece during his coronation. It was unveiled. It made so many people happy. My phone was buzzing every minute or second. They're like, yo, we have seen your work at this event, congratulations. Many were happy. They like, oh, some money. Of course, some were like, some money. But it was the impact at which, actually the reason at which I did it that made so much to me. I wanted to give something to the Kabaka. How do you say happy birthday to a king, or congratulations on what you've done? I did something that changed the norm on what society embraces as art. 2, James Cambridge Butabika. I'm sure you people have heard of it. The buses that move around, definitely we haven't thought of buses with artwork. My work is on buses, you know. UAP, Old Mutual, it's an insurance company. Their office is branded with my work. And this is just art, you know. So how do I impact the community as well? Kids or the young generation looks up to me. I'm a symbol of hope to some. People stop me while I'm walking and shake my hand. They're happy to be around my presence. Those are things that inspire me as an artist, and I feel I'm a symbol of hope, and I'm creating a shift in what the community sees as an artist. What inspires me when I wake up? First of all, I know I'm going to do something amazing. We artists have the power to change the world. I keep telling this to many people around my circles. And how do you change the world? Changing the world ain't changing the norm or changing political views. Changing the world is making someone happy through seeing your work. Changing the world is inspiring many to go with what you do as an artist. So that's what inspires me, especially when I wake up. But then I have projects I'm working on, so I have things I do every day. And the excitement of doing them keeps me going. Where do I see myself 5 years from now? All over the place. I have plans to do so much. You know, I would want to have a foundation. I would have a foundation that would help change the world through my work. Maybe partner with organizations that can use my work, since it can be multiplied and blown up to infinity of size. And we see what we can do for certain communities, you know. How can we help a community of kids? Can we create a center for kids to come together and do stuff? But it's beautiful because it has my work. Couldn't we help the hospitals use art to heal? Medicine ain't the only way that helps people. I would want to have a school that would maybe teach the next generation what we as artists do, but at a fundamental level to the biggest level. So 5 years if I'm alive, definitely I intend to do so much with my work and hope people will be able to support me as an artist and see what we can do together. Unfortunately, I'm an orphan, but I've been raised by this loving family that has been supportive. Always taught me to be the best I can and believe in myself. So yeah, I believe it's always good to have a family that backs you up and wants you to do what you are meant to do. So school, I've always been a troublemaker in school, very, very troublesome, but then with the gifts, and it's good that people saw the beauty in me through my art and try to see the trouble as just a character I had. My brand is easy, of course. It's a combination of my name and my late mother. She was called Bomwezi. I'm called Mojizi. The last initials of both our names are Easy. So she's not around to see me be the man I am today, but I'm sure she is proud and she would be proud. And I'm not only doing this for my immediate parents. You know, family ain't just whoever birthed you or having the same blood flowing within you. Family is your friends, those who look up to you. So I believe my family is proud of me. I believe my character has been something that came up through my upbringing. My friends, the society I'm with, I keep around myself. So yeah, I believe my character has come up from my upbringing, mainly not through a parent specifically. If you love me very well, touch me very well. That's my best song at the moment, and I'm glad it's done by Ugandan. I love it so much. So singing ain't one of those, but maybe boxing. Yeah, I'm a boxer, so that's something I can do. I'm Mojizi Larry, and that was my story on Double XL.
We use a generator of 250 kVA to run the whole plant. Every month we spend 144 million Uganda shillings on diesel only, and that is equivalent to around 62,000 US dollars.
That's the highest unit cost of production.
If we can bring in some renewable energy technology, provide all the electricity they need at 30% less than what they're currently spending,
We will immediately be able to release funding, which we can then plow back to the farmer.
we're looking at a biomass gasification system.
Everywhere you go here, you find biomass. It's being burnt out there every dry season instead of being collected.
And one of the byproducts of syngas production through gasification of biomass is char dust.
Adding value to this char dust by collecting, processing the char dust to turn it into charcoal briquettes.
With any extra electricity that Unicef is able to produce, they're going to be charging
Batteries that can form a distribution network which is wireless.
Not only will we be able to cut costs for an industry that's adding value to agricultural production in Uganda, we're also going to be able to provide electricity to small households that will replace the kerosene lamps they're currently burning in their homes, and provide them with a cheaper source of cooking fuel in the form of charcoal briquettes made from the biomass that they would otherwise be burning on their farms.
dir ma yamo tiya ba mera de ba ya ro ma kelo de ba mera de ba ya mera de ma gamo le ba mera de ba ya da Rabu Nyana gini, me baby nyana gini, oh boy nyana gini. I will down every year. I will down every year. Man wood, oh yeah. My young triumph, I'm here at the
Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, like many other sub-Saharan cities, is characterized by peri-urban and dense unplanned informal settlements, and with an ever-growing population that is gradually surging past the 1.5 million mark, city amenities are at times overwhelmed. Kampala Capital City Authority, KCCA, a body established to administer Kampala Capital City on behalf of the government of Uganda through its Directorate of Public Health and Environment, has been at the forefront of efforts to improve on-site sanitation in Kampala City.
So Kampala is one of those cities with a low sewer network coverage. Ours is less than 10%. And that means over 90% of our people rely on non-sewer sanitation. So in the bid to get innovations and solutions, RASOP has provided quite robust learning solutions in terms of capacity building to provide non-sewer sanitation, in terms of innovations.
Under the Reinforcing African Sanitary Operators Partnership, RASOP project, focus is on providing technical guidance to promote sustainable sanitation, including non-sewer systems and fecal sludge management, building capacity of sanitation operators, enabling and facilitating the adoption of appropriate regulatory framework for implementation of sustainable urbanization and project management and governance.
We've had several trainings or capacity building programs that have been held in Kampala city. We've had different trainers coming in from different cities to train our own emptiers, and this has helped them to develop their businesses. For example, creation of and interpretation of sheet flow diagrams, where we had different sanitation stakeholders getting really to learn how to draw a sheet flow diagram. They just used to see it on paper. They didn't know how it came about. They didn't know how to write a report, but everything has been done and we are having some results come out.
When RASOP also came in, people were told to put on safety gadgets. You can see people now are putting on overalls, they are putting on gumboots, and when they go to work out there, they're also putting these things on so that they can safeguard themselves from the disease related to their business.
3 years down the road, through investments like RASOP and others, we're actually seeing fecal sludge management coming to the fore. It is now something that whose awareness is now raised, and actually the different various stakeholders are willing to participate to see that it is even improved better.
Since the inception of the RASOP program, KCCA has been able to secure the participation of various private sector players, research institutes, communities, the government, and many local and international partners in its drive for a cleaner and healthier Kampala city.
Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Big woman thing, girl me love how you talk so, girl when you talk me can't tell you shut up. Simply fine when you talk, baby. When you talk, I'm just a blackout. Jagalanzi Jeff, your body boat. No visa, baby, got no passport. No money, boo, no visa too. But baby, me give you the comfort. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana.
Big woman thing, baby killer, bite me, Dracula. Seen you from afar with my killer binocular. Me speak vernacular, Nkwagala you a killer. Me know say so many men I want you back to killer.
She tell me she could love me, but she got HIV. How could I see that when she got no ID? Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Teba mukwana. Mariana, Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana.
Kampala, Apex, Uganda. Don't know about the music, no simple and production. Jala, get tipsy over NSC. Missy Pepsi, a lot of them I see. The movie and no apology. Many artists get an allergy. The wagulu, a lot of them me a pre-torch. For the music in a oveni. We gone so high, so a lot of them I see. We are so high. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwere, mambo mingi alatakelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, and soon. Monday to Sunday na kulwange, sula wonanze wensanze. Abachala bange bona mubampe, nyenyeza mu wine palme. Me tell them that he bad mind, no time for you. No response if me think it no wreck for you. Don't need it, but no see good debo. I'm a time for you, mash up the place you know. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwere, mambo mingi alatakelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone and soon. Bagamba, nzenja kanga malaika. Akapira nkazanya me striker. Tubayo muvide like flighter. Never tulawa, they say we out of the sight. But to wala na beka we art and style. Zena the movie before the boy there, I know.
DJ me know you bad there, I know. Girl them have to wine pan time.
Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwere, mambo mingi alatakelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone and soon. Studio with Tony, now we not a killer. Everybody fall in when they see the killer. Everybody fall in, feel we go oh me gala. Love me when me performing. You know me pull up the bad man style, yeah, hear me. Too much money to me think you can't help me. Now me self on the water like fairy. Some say me cool but me say I'd vary. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere, tulinze sente zafe ziwere, mambo mingi alatakelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power, them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone and soon. Step on top like a pulpit. Flow got brain inside it. So visible them can't hide it. No man to me think can't hide it. Essence, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Hey. You know me know. Yeah, you know. Alex. Torch. Hey. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh,
sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa Katonda kuba yalina pulani sagala ntunge nzenna nebase ku kyalani wendi wenambadde kali nza kubaawo you are my darling siri kusibya njala ekibuga nja kitambula yono wange gwe nalonda sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa love in a triangle, my love no chameleon and go okukwagala chiba chife naza musango asatebo bakunkwasa nakuyisa miryango tulifembi it's me and you twewala bigambo yono wange gwe nalonda sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, you shed your blood for me, you slept in jail for me, you shed your blood for me, all in the struggle for liberty. torture day and night, just because you're black. We can't forget the past, all the souls we lost. We can't deny the fate. Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba. Maji, voice of freedom, Kanutanu Frelimo, the movement of the people. Whoa, the root of Pan-Africans. People must unite. From hours in prayer, we can't forget the past. We can't deny the fate. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba. Calling, yes, my brothers, it's the sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Félix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba.
I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved.
Hey baby, it will take a lifetime for us to be over, sweet baby. Heaven will sing when we have each other. You don't have to fear, 'cause I will make you feel, I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I'll give you love like you've never been loved before. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. 'Cause I will give you love like you've never never been loved before. So don't be bothered by what your friends say, cause they don't know my love. I'll hold you, I'll be your shoulder, and you will never cry. You don't have to fear. No, no, I will make you feel. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. Listen, baby, I know you've been searching for a real man who will love you for who you are. So don't look further, here I am, if you let me in. Mama told me if you find the one, she's worth fighting for, and here I am. I will give you all that I am, if you let me in. Love will set us free, yeah, if we'll let it be. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like, yeah, and I will make you feel like you've never been loved. Cause I'll forever ever give you love like you never had, like a blessing from above. I will always shower you with love. Feel like you've never been loved. Cause I'll forever ever give you love like you never had, like a blessing from above. I will shower you with love. I will make you feel like you've never been loved before. Cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before. And I will make you feel like you've never been loved. Oh, cause I will give you love like you've never been loved before.
I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been loved. I will make you feel like you've never been loved, like you've never been
loved. Nalina omuwala eyeebusabala Prosikovi omulungi w'ebusabala yalina akamwenyu akalinga enjuba nga mutayiza ng'atega ejjuba. Waliwo ekintu ekyansumbuwa, ekyo ekintu ekyangoba ebusabala. Yalina muzeeye yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Kye kyangoba ey'ebusabala. Kye kyangoba ey'ebusabala. Muzeeyi yali mulodi w'ebusabala okuva ebuvanjuba paka ebugwanjuba ng'abanoonya abasajja ba local defense. Mikwano gya muzeeyi wa Sikofia, buli omukwano gwali gujja kunzisa nga njiribayiriba ne Prosicovia. Obula muzeeyi yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Batuula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala Prosikovi ekimuli ky'ebusabala. Obula muzeeyi yali yajjula obukambwe nga buli bwandaba ng'awagala ekyambe. Kyekyangoba ey'ebusabala. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala batuula ku ntebe nze ne bampa omukeeka. Ekyangoba ey'ebusabala busabala nze omwana w'omuntu ne bampita enswera ekyangobye busabala prosicopia kimuli kye prosicopia oyo prosicopia kimuli kye busabala Lord, I have something to say. I keep on searching for meaning in everything I'm doing. They say you listen to everything we say. That's why I'm calling and asking for you to lead the way. Yeah, I'll keep on walking, please Lord lead the way. Let the children sing now, yeah. Keep on walking, please lead the way. Yeah, I'll follow, and I'll follow, and I will follow, I'll follow, Lord. Sometimes I get afraid, then I remember what the scripture said. They say you listen to everything we say, and that's why, Lord. And now I'm calling and asking for you to lead the way. Yeah. So I'll keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Yeah, I keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Yeah, and I'll follow, I'll follow, I will follow, I will follow. Yesu, mukwano gwange, Yesu, tata wange, Yesu, subi lyange, kamugoberere, whoa. Keep on walking, Lord, lead the way. Keep on walking, please Lord, lead the way, yeah. And you know that I will follow, yeah. Oh, I will follow, I will follow you, Lord, yeah. I will follow, and I'll keep on walking, Let the children sing, yeah. Keep on walking, I will follow, you, Lord, yeah. I will follow you, Lord, yeah. Oh, yeah. Kamugoberere means follow you, and I will follow you, oh Lord. I will follow. baligamba nti nayimbira abato nayimbira emitima egyali mu kabi gitebenkere abantu balamu baagalane baligamba nti nafubira ku gita abalala balwana senga ndi ku gita njagala bayige ewane nti twaliyo buli kyenkola kikolera balijja Mungu anyamba abaana nneme kubaswaza njagala bayige bewane nti twaliyo twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya 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 Children will rise taller than the mountains I'd love to be a part of their foundation I'd love to hear them say we were there we were there we were there we were there Children will rise taller than the mountains I'd love to be a part of their foundation I'd love to hear them say we were there we were there Every song I sing so they can be strong My every heartbeat so they can love forever long I love to hear them say we were there Oh, 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 yeah, yeah Twakulira mu mulembe gwa kirya 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 Mulembe gw'ensozi empya baliwulira oluyimba luno ku rediyo balijjukira ennyimba ezatuweweeza I would love this song to be played on the radio for many years to come Whatever it would be called then We'll remember when we used music as therapy And I will have sung this song way back then Way back then Way back then, yeah, yeah Way back then Abaana bakule Abaana bayige Eggwanga likule I wanna inspire the world, yeah I wanna move the world, yeah I wanna move the world, yeah Oh yeah, yeah Oh yeah, yeah Mu mulembe gwa kirya, yeah, yeah Oh yeah
They projected the image of Africa negatively. They projected Africa always in a negative light. Jungles, savages, cannibals, nothing civilized. And naturally, it was so negative until it was negative to you and me. And you and I began to hate it. We didn't want anybody to tell us anything about Africa, and much less call us an African. And in hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. You can't hate your origin and not end up hating yourself. You can't hate Africa and not hate yourself.
Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate, oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate, the oil and gold is tempting.
Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa. We love you. Rise up, Africa. I love you. Viva Africa.
We love you. Africa, I love you daily. My home, I think about you every day. You're so beautiful, Mama land. Fertile, glorious, sweet Africa. Flora and fauna is delicate, oil and gold is tempting. Flora and fauna is delicate, the oil and gold is tempting.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you. Arusha, Tanzania, Kigali na Goma. Welcome to Africa, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid, shining bright like a diamond, standing up your pyramid. The sun is always out, the Nile flows so deep. There is no place like Africa. I am born in Africa.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva Africa.
We love you.
Rise up, Africa.
I love you.
Viva
mukwano gwo mulungi gwe walina
tewalina walangawogo negusanawo serabiranga biseera byetwalina nongolera ekyokulya nondeetera kuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba okuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya omuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba walirumu lwe wagenda tewasibula nange saamanya nalabiraawo nga kaseera ayiseewo nga sikulabako
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a fake.
Yes.
So let's be very honest about this thing, and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away, and yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion, they are heavier than the lion, they are more intelligent than the lion, they are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tenatra, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
Uganda, and I want to take you to Usoga.
There goes my soul, there goes my mind, all the beauty you could ever find, my motherland. my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love Angola. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Lugora. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love my motherland. Oh, my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down stand in hand. Tienda, nene chirisa muambali. Tienda, nene chirisa muamaida. Tienda, nene chirisa. Oendo tienda, nene chirisa. Tienda, nene chirisa. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand, like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Tienda, nene chirisa. I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Ankole, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from?
What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating. I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary, as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life, socially. I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so, because when you see me, you will imagine that, you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working, and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. Yeah. All right. Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Welcome to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning on the CEO Bench is a businessman, is an entrepreneur, is a philanthropist, and a social activist. He speaks a lot about youth empowerment across Africa and across the continent. And he's been a man around Africa and oil and gas industry. He's done it all. And he's here with us this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening on the CEO Bench, depending on where you're coming from and which part of the world you're actually watching this program from. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present to you Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe. Emperor, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Eddie. It's nice to be here with you. It's quite a very pleasant day, and I'm ready for you.
All right, if you're joining us from anywhere in the world, I'd like to bring a very small profile of Emperor Chris to you. Emperor Chris is, like I said, is an entrepreneur and, of course, a philanthropist, a social activist. He is from a state in Nigeria known as Iwusu Awa.
Enugu State.
Enugu State.
So I'm from Enugu State. That's the southeastern part of Nigeria.
Okay, let's talk about that. Now that you've talked about it, who is Emperor Chris?
Just a young man, little unknown, but known. Like the introduction goes with, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a social activist, and I'm a mentor of youths. I've been around. I'm a business guy. I take interest in anything that will make the world safe and better place. I'm a family man with 4 kids, and I'm from a family of 8. I'm the 3rd. So Chris Baywood has been around, like you captured in your intro. Yeah. I've been around Africa, from Western Africa, where I come from, because I'm from the ECOWAS region of the Sub-Saharan Africa. I've been around East Africa. I've been around the SADC region, that is Southern Africa. I think where is missing is Central Africa. So, yeah. And I'll tell you, because I take a lot of interest in Africa, because I'm a Pan-African. I love Africa. I breed Africa. I talk Africa.
Wow.
Yes. So this is why most of my business interest is trying to, tap the opportunities and the potentials that are in Africa, because I believe that's one of Africa, like I always tell people, is the remaining frontier. So I don't know what I'm going to look for in Europe or what I'm going to look for in North America that they cannot find in Africa. Wow. So this is who Emperor Chris Baywood is.
Well, if you're joining us from anywhere across the world, that's Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe talking to us on the CEO Bench. He is the CEO and the president of the Baywood Group, and the Baywood Group has offices all across Africa, and and Europe, and we're going to know, and in South America, I think, we're going to know. North America, and we're going to know a lot more about that on the CEO bench. But we want to start the discussion, Emperor Chris Baywood, from a point of leadership. A lot of people are doing great stuff across Africa, and sometimes those who are doing great stuff across Africa is not known to us. Sometimes we don't know the talent we have, but we have been looking at your profile, and I want to start from a more personal note of knowing you from what is leadership to you and what is self-leadership to you?
Well, it depends on where you're coming from. Leadership, are you talking about political? Are you talking about human leadership or human capital? But generally, leadership is being this man that sets the directives, or rather sets the process in motion, a thought out process, and you follow this process and you walk your talk, because it's not about the leadership. It's not just okay, this is how we're going to do it, and perhaps you set the process in place, but you're doing contrary. So leadership, they say, starts with you. And so if you want to talk about business leadership, how to go about the business, it has to be seen on the way you conduct your own business. And don't forget that they always say that the greatest asset you have in every organization is human beings. So leadership starts with you and how you interact with the people around you, even in your home. The truth is, if you're not able to lead your home very well, you can't lead anything else.
Wow.
Yeah, I think if you have a broken home, let's put it this way. If you're not able to manage your home very well and put your home in a good pedestal where everybody seems to be aligned with you, I would doubt it very much if you have a good set of mind to lead any other organization, be it in business, be it in social arrangement, be it in what they call CSO world. So CSO world means the social community social organization. So I know. So, for me, leadership starts with you, and this is what I have set the example for myself. And whatever I do, I have to do it right. I know the principles that guides it. I know the policies. You have to have the right policy framework, and this policy framework has to be seen to be working according to the way you have said it. And he said everybody along that line, that trajectory. And you follow suit, and then make sure you lead by example. Because one of the challenges we have in Africa that a lot of people don't lead by example. You say one thing and do another. So this is exactly for me leadership. Leadership is that quality you have to lead others, and others will look at you and emulate you and follow you through and through because they believe in you. So first of all, you have to buy the confidence of the people. All right, and this is what I'm saying. If in your home, you can't get the confidence of your children, for example, daddy comes home every time by 4 a.m. and then daddy messes around in the house, maybe he smokes and everywhere is littered, or daddy drinks and is just so reckless with everything. You don't expect your child tomorrow. You tell your child, hey, listen, you must not come back anything later than 7 p.m. He can only say yes. Yes, Daddy, I hear you. But do you think he's going to abide by that? Because you're already setting leading by example. Yeah. He sees you come home at 4 a.m. Or anytime he asks for daddy, daddy's not at home. Yeah. So leadership starts with you. And if you set that example, others will follow you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Emperor Chris Baywood. Let's talk about yourself, self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from? Take us back from growing up and getting to where you are today and who you are today. Some people out there may not know who you are today. They just think that you're just a man with a good, deep voice, sound like some movie star. It's like Barry White. His sound is, many people will mistake you to be Barry White. Many people will take you to be, Morgan Freeman. Where is Emperor Chris? And the name Emperor?
Well, like I always tell people, I'm a man with different shades of colors. Positive, right? But you can have different shades of colors, but negative. So I think I meet positive vibes, you know, because I've read quite a lot of books that teaches on positive energy and law of attraction. What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. So I learned that over time by reading quite a lot of books. And one of such books I read is, I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating and it's quite insightful. It's motivational, it's inspirational. It's one of such books that when you read them, you see you start to win, especially when you read them and put them in practice, right? Because one thing is to read a book or read books and try to see, provided you are on the right path. You know, you can read certain things and you have certain information that might send negative vibes. So for me, I always look at the positive vibes for everything. So a man of different shades of colors, I say, is I come as a very corporate person when it's necessary. I come as a very as an activist when it's necessary. I come as a lover of life. Socially, I describe myself as a social butterfly. Yes, I think so, because in certain quarters, when you see me, you will imagine that you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. But if you see me in my office where I'm working and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? When it's that moment, I face it. And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at the level, at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone. All right. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? To relate with the people at the level, you'll be alone. So it's a lonely world.
Wow.
So I grew up as a young man, like I said earlier, from a family of 8 and number 3. I would say from a mid-average family. My father was a farmer of an issue before he got into construction. He was a miner, a coal miner. He worked in the coal corporation because in my state, before oil was discovered in Nigeria, the main foreign exchange earner for Nigeria was coal, granite, cocoa, and all those other agro products. And of course, a whole lot of things was happening around coal. And so we have the coal belt in my zone. So my father worked in coal corporation. Okay, he understands what it means to be a hard worker. He understands principles of discipline, because if you work in such an environment, anything can happen. The next minute you are alive, the next minute you can die because of the accidents or the inherent challenges in the coal mining. So he comes across a very disciplined guy. So we grew up being very disciplined children, and that has instilled quite a lot of things growing up. Although growing up as a young man, being the first male child, I didn't know the story of male child in Africa, so I was so treasured. The first were ladies, you know, and by the time I was born and male child, it was like, wow, this is the best thing that could ever happen to the family. So I received so much attention from my parents, and to the point that I almost lost it as a man. But thankfully, there was a turnaround when my father decided to be tough on me.
Tell us about Mababa. How did your father decide to be tough on you? You were so loved. From what I hear from the literature I've seen about you, you seems to have been a man who has very interesting background. I mean, one would describe as the man who is up, not up, in the middle, is somewhere. What does that mean to you? What was a turning point?
Turning point for me, I mean, so many things have happened in my life that. But my father set the tone, you know. He toughened me, I would say, and that such moment can never be forgotten. My father let me walk through, almost like you can liken it to what you see in the Bible, like in Psalm 23. He said, "Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall fear no evil."
Yeah.
Okay. My father made me to walk through the shadow of death as a young boy, you know. I don't know whether he did it deliberately. I don't know whether he knew what he was doing.
You walked through the shadow of death.
Yeah, I walked through the shadow of death, you know, as a young boy, because he let me go through a part that, I mean, when my mother got to know what happened to me, my mother was in awe and shock. She couldn't believe it. I had gone through an admission process in secondary school. So first I got admission with the Federal Government College Benin, you know, where that was my first admission, Federal Government College Benin, which is in another state. It's in the current day Edo State, but then it was Midwestern State. So I had admission to go to school that. My father took me, or rather, I mean, and you know what? The interesting thing about the Federal Government College then, it was exclusive of the rich and the bourgeois. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The rich and the bourgeois.
In the sense of wealth and
both wealth, both position, political,
power,
you know, political affiliations and inclinations and stuff like that. But my father was not near any one of those. My family at the time, anyway. But you know what?
So how did you get there?
A smart guy is a smart guy. You know, I've been a smart dude from. I've been endowed with a lot of natural intelligence. Don't forget. You know, I think so. Yeah. I've been endowed with a lot of natural intelligence because it comes from my dad. My dad was. I called my dad when my dad passed on, and I was writing his what do you call it? His autobiography, eulogies. I said he's the greatest philosopher I have seen because he was full of wisdom and idioms and proverbs. He will never talk to you without proverbs or idioms, you know, and stuff like that. And he will start with a lot of stories, and you think he's not going anywhere, and then he lands. And you ask him, Dad, well, why are you going through all this? Well, he said, for you to understand where I'm coming from. So he wasn't quite educated, but I mean, I can tell the little he had is a very. I wonder what would have happened if my dad had gone through formal education to go to university and stuff like that. Anyway, so that were naturally imbued with it. I can tell you, both my mom and my dad are quite an excellent human beings. And I will always wish to have same parents anytime, even in my next world. Anyway, that said, so I had this admission into Federal Government College, you know, and it went wild. It went like a wildfire in the community. The son of so got admission in the Federal Government College, you know, and it was like...
It was a big deal.
It was a big deal. Oh yeah, it was a big deal in the 70s, man. I said it was exclusive of the big people.
Yeah.
You know. So my uncle then in Lagos came to Enugu. He heard the news and he couldn't hold his joy. He came down to Enugu and took me to Benin again for the next level of admission process. And that next level is written and oral interview, you know. So we did that. And listen, when we arrived in Benin, it was like my I would say my other colleagues, those coming for the interviews, were driving in different kinds of cars. In those days, it was Citroen, it was Peugeot, it was Mercedes, it was Ford and other stuff. But we came on a commercial vehicle. Wouldn't that be a dampener to you? Yeah. Wouldn't that make you lose your self-esteem when you walk in from a car park, you know, what we call a motor park, and you know, people are driving in with
big engine style,
and then you walk in.
Yeah.
But you know what? You believe in yourself. That's one thing I keep telling people. Believe in yourself first. I had this awesome confidence, and I believe in myself. I walked in, had the exam, written, and the oral, because written and oral will form the cumulative result to gain you admission into the federal college. So at the last point, I just asked the guy I was right behind to spell tomorrow. Tomorrow.
The word tomorrow.
The word tomorrow, and that's why I treasure tomorrow so much. You know why? Tomorrow is pregnant. Wow. You don't know what's going to deliver. So you got to look forward for tomorrow. And I tell people, it's like what I tell people, the day of reckoning. There's always a day of reckoning in your life. That day of reckoning, it will come one day. That day, you will not know. So it's like tomorrow. It's certain that tomorrow will come, right? But you don't know what tomorrow will bring. So this guy couldn't spell tomorrow. I'm good with English.
And this boy coming from Enugu State.
And this
from
this
school,
guy, this young boy, not so much around him, had it all done, and I was. So that plus my written exam gave me admission. But for the love my parents had for me, I got that admission. But my father wouldn't let me to stay.
Why?
Distance. It takes a drive. Then I think it will take you a drive of about 4, 5, 6 hours to get there in those days, right? So the distance was for him. I must be close to my son. Don't forget it.
Wow.
First born.
First
male born, right? Treasure Island. Treasure
Heir
Island.
to the throne.
Exactly. Heir to the throne, right? Yeah, exactly. So they decided that, okay, I had admission, but you're not going to go. I did a few months there. My father pulled me back and said, you got to come back home because you have to be close to us. I came home, took another common entrance, and then bingo, I landed another one in my state, where finally I attended Colliery Comprehensive Secondary School. It's in a community called Ngwo, N-G-W-O, Ngwo. Right? The school then was run by, that's why it's called Colliery. Colliery is formed from the coal corporation of these white men, these British people who came to Nigeria to explore coal. So the school was like exclusive, exclusive, right? So, well, it was good I got that admission to that school, and it was one of the premier schools there in Enugu State. Then East Central State. There was no Enugu State. East Central State. Right. Okay? Of course, my father drove me to do some clearance. We went to do the clearance.
To the school.
To the school.
Yeah.
I was school. And of course, my father was working elsewhere, not in my state. He was working in another place.
Yeah.
So, a drive-through, we went to the school, did the clearance and everything, bingo. And he said, okay, I will go with him, so he'll drop me off somewhere.
Hold it right there, Emperor. We're going to go for a break. And when we come back from this break, Emperor will continue with his with his story of self-leadership, how the transformation happened, how, he became a man from a 12-year-old man to becoming a man, the turning point of the young man, the heir to the throne. The man was heavily protected. Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. I'm talking to my elder brother from another mother and father in Nigeria, right here in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda. And for all of you guys who are following this from all across the world, please go like, share, far and wide. Make sure you get your cousins, your brothers and your sisters, your grandma as part of the CEO Bench to hear this story. It's a story worth listening to. Emperor Baywood, welcome back to the program. Before we went for a break, you were talking about that moment where you had to flip because the love from your parents were too much. and they couldn't risk leaving you 4 or 5 hours of a drive in another school, and they brought you back, and there you've gone and visited the school. And we want to know how this boy was heavily loved by his parents, how a baby was pampered. Most times in Africa, when a baby is over pampered or anywhere in the world, they don't turn out quite well, but you turn out to be quite different. And the story continues from the school. Pick it up from there, Emperor.
I don't know. Anyway, so we're done with the school. I drove with my dad in his car, and he dropped me off somewhere I have never been to. That's why I said it's like I walked through the valley of shadow of death.
So you're like David.
That is the right phrase. Yeah. I walked through the valley of shadow of death. And my father just said, okay, guy, I'll stop here and I'm driving to my place. I'm going, so I'll leave you here. You see this road? This road takes you to Isuawa, because my mother was in the village.
Yeah.
And who are you? You know, not these days when our kids will look in your face and question you.
Yeah.
Say, Dad, why should I do that, for example? Who are you to challenge your father?
You will receive a smack.
Oh my God. He wasn't even there. And my father was just such a strong man. I wouldn't call him a terror. He wasn't a terror, but he dared not. He dared not. He dared not.
Yeah.
Anyway, he
the
just said,
signs will tell you what,
correct,
the situation will be.
you
Yeah.
know, He said, just walk through this path. Bush path. My guy. I walked through that path. And the story, well, some stories were told in the folk tales, you know?
Yeah.
Tales by moonlight, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
So folk tales, when we're growing up, we will have a lot of folk tales. They will be telling stories of how such areas are infested with spirits, evil spirits.
Yes.
people, when you die, like you commit something in the village and you die like that, they will just go and dump you there. They won't bury you. And so it's a evil, kind of an evil forest, an evil. So now I just remembered this could be this way. My God, I was struck with fear. But do I have a choice? What choice do I have, really? And my father drove off. Don't you understand?
So you have to trek this forest and actually get home.
I will have to walk through that path
and get home.
To get home.
Yeah.
That was the toughest moment in my life.
How old were you?
Maybe about 12 or 10, 12. That was the toughest moment in my life. A young boy, treasured boy, pampered boy. And this man left me
The one
here.
they would never allow sit down alone.
Exactly. I walked through this path. Walking through this forest was so calm, but for every little move, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
The
moment has come.
This moment has come.
Yeah.
They're going to devour me now.
Yeah.
I'll just freeze.
Yeah.
I'll just freeze and start tiptoeing like they shouldn't hear my footpath. The height of the moment was when I saw a man walking opposite direction.
Yeah.
And he was like,
wow.
Okay, now
yeah,
I'm going to be like a mincemeat. This man is going to make me a mincemeat. I wouldn't know whether it's a man or evil spirit or a ghost walking around.
Or just a normal human being.
Don't forget, or just a normal human being. Because don't forget that this area was described as a place where they just dump people who die some unnatural death. Oh God, I said, okay, I'm going to be devoured today. And I was like, I started panting. I was panting until we crossed each other. And I greeted, good morning, sir. He said, good morning. He didn't say anything. He just walked across. And I'm like, is this true? So when I walked a little bit, I turned back and he was still walking. He didn't disappear because to me, he would disappear.
Yeah.
You know, the ghost.
Yes.
The ghost would disappear.
And he didn't respond to you when you say good morning?
Just, good morning. Yeah. But that was like, so the moment I walked past him, I had to run. It took me I would say it's a walk of about 2 hours.
Yeah.
So you know the distance.
Wow.
It's a walk of 2 hours until I got home. My dear brother, that was a turning point of making this guy who was like a lily gel to be, to start becoming a man. Yeah. And when I got home and I told my mother this story, my mother passed out and said it was murderous for my dad to have done that kind of, to have taken that kind of decision. But anyway.
And I know that in Nigeria that can be such a very, we watch in Nigerian movies and how they can express some of that moment.
Oh yeah, it was a moment, my mother couldn't just, I say she passed out in awe and shock, how my father could do that. I have never been anywhere on my own.
That was the first time.
And only for me to be left alone to do that work. Yeah. So, what's the book written by Nelson Mandela? He said it's Long Walk to Freedom.
The Long Walk to Freedom, yes. The
long Walk to Freedom.
So you felt that was the long walk to freedom for you?
Yeah. Long Walk to Freedom for me then.
Yeah.
I think I did it before Nelson Mandela.
This is a CEO Bench. We're talking to Emperor Baywood. He believes that he's a young man, in an old body or an aged mind. Yes. So Emperor Baywood, what a stunning story there of from child to manhood, so to speak. That's how you rediscovered yourself. That's how your father had to make sure. There was wisdom there, though. I want to take you straight, Emperor, to some really very interesting question about, life. And a lot of us see people like you, and sometimes we're wondering whether we really understand you or not. You are now, been through that school, done that, and after that school, where did you end up?
Well, after school, I had to move to Kaduna because my brother, although not the same mother, is my first cousin. But because of how we relate in the family, we have nothing like cousins. Yeah. It's brother, right? My brother, who has been in oil business, he's been in oil and gas. So they built Kaduna Refinery. Yeah. He was one of the major proponents of Kaduna Refinery with a group from Japan called Chiyoda. So, done with the school, of course, that's another kettle of fish. That school is another school that is a school that really prepared me for the challenge ahead.
How did it prepare you for the challenge?
Oh yeah, that school was like almost a congregation of retired, or I won't say retired, defeated soldiers of the Biafran War. We had this fratricidal war in Nigeria, Biafran-Nigerian war that was between 1960 to 1966, or thereabout. Yeah. So the war ended. Thereafter, then there came normalcy in Nigeria. So I didn't see the war. I was a very young boy. I was born during those periods. So I went to school, and getting to that school, the war had ended, and all those who left army after Nigeria had defeated Biafra, and a lot of our guys who were in the army then found themselves in that college. Dear brother.
Yeah. No problem now.
That was another working to develop of that. Those Biafran soldiers.
Yes.
Some of them were having shelling shock. You know what shelling shock?
Yeah.
Because of bombardment of mortars and stuff and shellings. You know what? They're already having issues with their hearing. They already had hearing issues. Right?
Yeah.
And they were military in the college. Soldiers in the college. And here comes this young boy at the school, amongst others. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes. I think I went to a military school. Literally saying that the school was more like a military school.
Yeah.
So you were drilled, you were polished, you were living a regimented lifestyle, you had people or masters that you serve, and God bless your soul, if
If you don't serve them well.
If you don't do well.
Yeah.
The punishment, the drill, a lot of us couldn't stand it. So for people like us who went through that school and stood up to them and passed through, I think it was a turning point, actually.
Yeah.
I tell you, it was one hell of school that toughened a lot of us. Smoking Indian hemp was just like drinking water. And this is when I know that I'll be a good boy, because I did it once, but I was walking in the air.
All the time.
No. When I tested it,
yes.
when they make you to smoke Indian hemp, right?
Yes.
So one time I did it, I was just floating. I was like somebody in the Mars.
Yeah.
You know, if you see the astronauts, how they float.
Yes.
This is where I saw myself floating.
Yeah.
And that told me that this is not a thing you can continue. That's one thing that I learned out of that. I had to cut. I couldn't proceed. Anyway, that school toughened me.
Yeah.
And it prepared us for the launch pad.
Yeah.
It was a launch pad for us, actually.
Yeah.
Those of us who went to the school.
Yeah.
A good number of us became useless. A good number of us, people didn't know they would turn out to be good people.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty happy that a good number of us are doing pretty well. And one of us today is the country director, head of UN in Rwanda, and many others. We have a lot of them in Army generals.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm happy that my father took that decision. If I'd gone to the other school that is meant for the bourgeois, children of bourgeois, perhaps I may not have turned out the way I turned out to be today. Wow. And again, hindsight, I thank God that my father took that decision.
Wow. Talking of that, Emperor, let's look at, out of that college, how did you end up in the oil and gas sector? Which university, how did you launch yourself into that? You could have gone back and, continue with the mining like your father was doing. Most times parents raise children to go back to what they're doing, but you turn out different. Can you just share that, your journey into becoming an entrepreneur and later on as an, philanthropist?
Yeah, so I left school and then I had to go to Kaduna to meet my brother, and then of course to apply for my US visa. Because I was heading to the US. Down the line, it wasn't coming pretty easy, so I had to set up. Because in school, we were involved in a lot of things. We did artisanal work, we did music, we did dancing, we did arts, we did construction. It's more like a technical college.
Yeah.
So we had all manner of things. So I learned a lot in that school. It's a technical college, so you had the opportunity to go to workshops.
Yeah.
That's again what I'm talking about, skill acquisition, right?
Yeah.
And once you acquire the first skill and passion, you never leave it. It becomes part of you. So I acquired a whole lot of skill while I was in school. So while waiting for this whole thing, I decided to set up something like a studio, a music studio. So I set up a music studio while waiting for my visa, and I became a DJ. Of course, in those days, we were doing LPs. LPs, long play. Yeah? Okay, so not these days that you can just do MP3, download music, and online music and stream, blah, blah. It's LP, man. It's gramophone. You just put it there and it's playing with a kind of makeshift, loudspeakers, built locally, So, and then I would go and be blasting my music, entertaining people. So I've been So I was a DJ, man. So it's a passion that has not left me, because music is part of me. If I'm not doing anything, I'm listening to music today.
Yeah.
So I did that for 1 year, and I tell you one interesting thing that happened. During that time, my brother, like I said, my brother is being an oil mogul amongst many others, again from my community. So we always envy them, how they make money, how they spend money, the things they do. So when I was giving money to go for my visa, some guys approached me. I don't know how they knew that I got money. Oh God, that's another thing again. Some guys approached me. These guys, they call them money doublers. Do you know that? I don't know if you have anything like that.
Yeah, the money doublers, yes. We'll double your money. We call them your money gamblers.
From nowhere, these guys appeared to me and said, listen, don't worry. If you give us that money, we'll make you get richer than your brother. You don't know what your brother is doing. You think he's doing oil and gas? No, this things you do, people making him rich. So you become richer than your brother. Wow. I said, really? Good at 10. I decided to use my money for the visa to go and double. So I can become richer than my brother. I was already planning how to buy a Mercedes. I'm going to teach my brother how to make money.
Yeah.
Because my brother was already driving Mercedes and cars at that time. Can't you believe?
Yeah,
I was already,
yeah.
okay, I'm going to teach my brother today how to make money, right?
Yeah.
He thinks he's rich. I'm going to tell him.
Yeah.
So I gave them the money. I think about 1,000 of our naira at that time.
Yeah.
Oh, the guys were so excited. I didn't see my money. My money was gone.
To this day.
And so on this day, this guy took me to a place and said, just sit here. We're going to prepare your market for you. They call it market.
Yeah.
We're going to prepare your market for you. Then I'm going to give you this money. But don't forget, at the first time, they gave me some little notes to go and change.
Yes.
Go and try this money so you'll be sure that the money we're giving you is real, it's not fake.
Yeah.
I went to the market to buy a few things. And of course, it was good money, supposedly.
Yeah.
It was good money, supposedly.
Yeah.
So I went with these guys at the last count to go and collect my market,
Yeah.
as it's called. My brother. The last I heard was somebody screaming and shouting that police has arrested him, bringing the market. Everybody should run away, that the police is coming to arrest everybody. The guys scampered, and then I scampered one side, and that was how they discharged me.
Wow.
I lost my money.
And did you go back to your father to ask
I
for
went to
more
my,
money?
I was devastated. I didn't know what to tell my brother. I didn't know what to say. So information got to my brother somehow, and my brother called my dad. My dad came. My dad came, a man of wisdom. He said to me, my friend, the only one word he said, you are stupid. Somebody said, give me 1 naira. Let me give you 2 naira. Don't you think? You should have told the person, why not make yourself rich? Why make me rich before you? Why don't you double the money and make the money yourself?
The life of a philanthropist, the life of an entrepreneur, the life of the man who is now the CEO of the Baywood Group that we now know in Nigeria. What a story. Emperor, proceed.
So...
Your father says you're stupid.
My father said, you're stupid. My friend, you're stupid. He didn't smack me. He didn't beat me. He didn't scold me as much. But my friend, you're stupid. They want to double money, right?
Yeah.
So the person loves you more than himself. Should have doubled the money and make the money himself. It's stuck here. And that's what I go to everywhere. Man, when you're making a business proposal to me, I'm looking at you. Till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Till tomorrow. It's like my sixth sense. I will always remember that word. You're stupid. So, anyway, so he became a guide, and he set the tone for who I am in business. Then I went to school eventually to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia is, of course, Soviet Union and all this Republic of Russia.
Of all the places, you went to the US and you ended up in Yugoslavia.
I didn't go to the US eventually. I ended up in Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
Of course, before I worked a little bit with my uncle again, who had one of the biggest construction industries in my state. So I assisted his a quantity surveyor who was then in charge of his company, you know, in charge of cost estimation, cost valuation, and cost evaluations. You know, so I gathered a bit of experience working with them as an intern, because that's one thing again you have to intern. I believe in intern a lot, because if you do intern, that will stimulate your appetite and your skill and interest in everything.
Yeah.
So doing that job as an intern, sharpened my appetite and the skill to want to study it. So I eventually went to Yugoslavia to do to study quantity surveyor. I was there until the war broke out. Anyway, so we lost it. I came back to Nigeria in 1987. Okay. And that's the beginning of Baywood Group.
Wow. Let's talk about Baywood Group after this break. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, Emperor Baywood is going to be telling us about the Baywood Group. What really happened? How did it start? You've already gotten some part of the story of it is not easy to make it in life, and he's made it. So the question is, are you ready? The CEO Bench brings you people who shares their story of where they have come from, where they are going. If they're on the top and they're coming down, what lessons do we pick from there? If they're down and going up, what lessons should we pick from them? What are the lessons that we can pick from there and we can use for ourselves? Stay right there, I'll be right back after this break. This is the CEO Bench.
I come from the Pearl of Africa. It's a beautiful country with beautiful nature. To me, it really inspires me and motivates me. And actually, in one of my tags on my clothing, especially on my jeans, you see those lines that appear on the back pockets of the jeans. When I was doing my internship in Paris, I happened to go to a fashion museum where I read a few books, you know, about fashion designers and their names and about their creations and things like that. There are signs on jeans like the Wrangler, the Lee jeans. All those jeans have signs on the pockets. And before I went to Paris, I was doing that already because I was drawing my inspiration. I used to love geography. And the Ugandan, East African geography was really very interesting to me. You know, knowing that I come from the Great Lakes, East African Rift Valley, that's why you see those lines on my jeans. I brought two theories because they are just theories about the creation of the Great East African Rift Valley. So I put those. So it's the nature and the music that really inspires me and motivates me.
Wow.
Welcome back to the program. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest on the program today is a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, a social activist, is the man who speaks life to youth, Emperor Baywood. Welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
Let's talk about Baywood. You had gambled your school fees already, and yes, through gambling. So we know that every child almost across the African continent has fallen trap of that story of we'll make you rich, we'll make you make some more money, give us your school fees. Now we all fall in that. But let's move past that and then go to the straight of what is Baywood and how did you come up with Baywood? Let's pick it up from there.
Okay, so thank you very much, Eddie. I'm glad to be here again. And it's nice. I love what you're doing, and just keep it up.
Thank you.
First of all, my name is Chris Baywood. My middle name is Baywood. Okay, the Baywood was derived from, again, my father, having worked in construction industry, worked with a couple of white guys, you know, as his colleagues, you know, from coal to construction. So he's a man with diverse view of everything. He did agro, you know, what he was doing, farming. From farming, he went coal mining, he returned back to construction industry. And he grew from there until he retired, and then, of course, lived his life, and we took over from where he stopped, right? So Baywood is a name he gave to me because of relationship he had with some of his colleagues, you know, those days in working with Michelletti and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I love the way the name resonates for me, you know what I'm saying? So when I decided to register a company, Baywood came very strong. And then the Continental, originally was Continental, Baywood Continental. Because my friend had a company called Gillis Continental. And I love the way it sounds. I like the vowel, Continental. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of guys register companies in Nigeria and say, so Nigerian Limited. You know, I'm a guy with different, I mean, I'm very stylish, you know, I do my thing. People do so and
Sons. We can see it right now.
Yes, you know, a lot of companies will say, oh, so and Sons Nigerian Limited, so and Sons West African Limited. And I said, no, I don't want all these names. They sound very archaic and local. So let me go international. So I said Baywood Continental. Can't you understand?
Yeah, I don't understand.
And there's always is something in the name.
Yeah.
This name, Baywood.
Yeah.
Just that name.
Yeah.
Gave me a lot of mileage and leverage in doing my business.
Wow.
Yeah, I can tell you, yes. So Baywood was born, and Baywood was born to do every business, regardless of what, you know. You just want to do business, right?
Yeah.
So we did trading to, from trading to supermarket. I remember we ran a supermarket. We did trading from Japan, from China, no, not China, Hong Kong then, Thailand, bringing air conditioners, you know, refrigerators. Me and my wife, you know, my wife is, she comes from a background of, you know, business-oriented family. And her community, her state now is called Anambra State. And they are predominantly business people, right? And I tell you one thing about Anambra State, sorry. Anambra in Nigeria, that they have the largest concentration of per individual wealth in Nigeria.
Wow.
Yes. The largest concentration in the whole country per individual wealth. Almost everybody, one family has a wealthy person. They are also educated. Don't take it away from them. Yeah. The Ojukus of this world, the deeds of that world. You know, the Ojuku that led the Biafran War is from Anambra State. His father was one of the biggest moguls, pre-colonial. Yeah. So, anyway, so a combination of myself and my wife, we did quite a lot, you know. Very supportive woman, I can tell you. So from there, from trading to, you know, let's get to corporate. Yeah. And the Baywood was now born with a formal office, because that time we're just importing items from, you know, from Hong Kong, Thailand, UK,
yeah.
anything I go. So we're just importing and selling, from baby products to air conditioning, to refrigerators, to cars, to what have you. We did quite a lot of things, yeah. You know, trying to survive. And then, of course, from there, somebody said to me, but your brothers are in this industry.
Oil and gas.
Oil and gas. Go to them. What do you mean? Go to them. Take a cue from what they're doing. So I went to one of my cousins, yeah. I know, who, big time, you know, big time. I'm telling you, big time. In those early days, they're already doing business of $30 million and above. Imagine, $30 million and above. At that time,
yeah.
My God. Just opposite today, it's well over maybe $300 million, $400 million. That's it is.
Just a moment. So when did you incorporate Baywood? When did it come? 1989. So correct. The $30 million we're talking about, your brothers, was 1989.
Pre-1989, they're already doing business of over $30 million.
Proceed.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They were living large.
Yeah.
These guys were in charge.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I went to my cousin and I said, listen, this is what I want to do. And we just signed an MOU to use his facility. Because to be in this industry, you have to show that you have competence and you have the capacity, both financial and technical, you know. Yeah. That's when we started inching into oil and gas. So, of course, I had an arrangement with my brother who runs a company called Funktai Limited. Funktai is a name borrowed from Korea, because he does a lot of business with Koreans and Chinese people. He had a major project that time that they partnered with Chinese guys and I think Korean guys. And when they were done, he adopted the name Funktai, you know, and it's still a very big name to reckon with today in Nigeria when you talk about construction and dredging and what have you. So we got into a quasi-partnership. Yeah. Quasi in the sense that the equipment were available to me. Yeah. He gave me an MOU that I could use any of the tools he wanted and I wanted to use, because that's what the IOCs want to see. Yeah. It's not that, oh, I have them, because they're going to inspect what you have.
So the IOC being the International Oil Corporation.
International Oil Corporations.
Yes.
Yeah, oil companies. You know. So I started with that. The first I had was security contract to do installations for the then Minister of Petroleum. Yeah. It was a big deal. It was a big deal, man.
Yeah.
getting into NNPC database, that is what it means.
Yeah.
Because that time I was in NNPC database.
Yeah.
Okay? So I was just trading and doing other things, but not in corporate world.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Yeah.
So the day I was paid, the day Baywood was paid by NNPC, almost, I think I laminated the payment. I laminated the payment instruction.
Yes, it's back that one on the Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh,
so that was your first payment.
That was the first payment.
Even
Like
as an entrepreneur,
I can't remember what that payment was like. Maybe about 50,000 or 500,000 to do installation. And
Yes.
I'm like, wow.
Dollars or naira?
Dollars.
Dollars.
My man, I'm not dealing naira. I'm dealing. I suddenly realized I can make money in dollars. Don't you understand how sweet it sounds, right?
Yeah. yes.
Like
So
I
you
said,
laminated the payment.
it's like I laminated the payment instruction.
Yeah.
Wow. That was the spore.
Wow.
Okay. So
And that's a turning point.
That was a turning point. I said, okay, so I can do this.
Yeah.
So I started, I was virtually everywhere. Civil construction, ICT. Then the next one I had again was to do LAN, local area network.
Yes.
For the same NNPC. Like, wow. So things are turning around, right? Yeah. Got into construction, did a lot of civil construction for NNPC again. NNPC stands for Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. Yeah. So, for records. So just like you have Ugandan National Oil Company here. So, wow. And Baywood was becoming a name.
Baywood was becoming Baywood.
Yes, Baywood was
becoming Baywood.
And that's why I said there's always something in a name.
Yeah.
Make no mistakes about it.
Yeah.
First of all, each time Baywood presents the business card or whatever, first thing, it's an international company.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Not Ikechukwu and Sons, Nigeria Limited.
So the naming matters.
Oh my God. Better be careful.
Yeah.
With selecting names.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So, that name was a door opener to me, for me. And that continued until I met a guy, the same guy who said to me, babe, why don't you talk to your brothers? Come on, man, your brothers are in this business. So the guy said to me one day, do you know a department called NAPIMS? NAPIMS is an acronym.
Yes.
It stands for National Petroleum Investment Management Services.
National Petroleum Investment Management Services.
That is a subsidiary of the NNPC.
Yes.
These are the guys that deal with the upstream oil and gas in Nigeria.
When we're talking about this now, we're talking about real money here.
We're talking
We're
about
talking
real
serious
money
now. We're talking about serious business.
We're talking about mega money, mega money.
Yeah.
I said, no, I don't know. He said, okay, I'm going to direct you to that place. You see, one thing I can tell you is once you get started in something, from one, you learn to the other.
Yeah.
From the other, you learn to the other.
Yeah.
Referrals, discussions, and stuff like that. Provided always you keep track and get focused. Just remain there. Remain there.
Yeah.
So this guy said, do you know so? I said, no. He gave me a name to talk to when I get there. And I got there and I said to the guy, the guy said, no, okay. We are not in charge of this particular area you want to get into.
Yeah.
He gave me another name. When I got there, we introduced ourselves and we talked about our schools. Lo and behold, the guy is my alma mater. Same school, but we didn't meet ourselves. Okay.
The same military school.
The same military school.
Yes.
Quasi-military, not quasi-military. You know what I'm saying? So we bonded immediately.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to give you all the support. I'm going to give you all the support. I'm going to give you all the support. Do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have to? So he gave me like what we call in Nigeria Expo. Expo is a common parlance we use when you are being foretold of something ahead.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
I want you to say that in Nigeria.
Expo.
How you say it in Nigeria. In a Nigeria, how a typical Nigeria would say it.
I don't have a typical language for it. But Expo, if you understand what is Expo, I'm giving you Expo. Expo means I'm giving you information that you shouldn't know.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that I can help
It has
you.
not come from me, but yes, you use this information.
Yeah, you can't go and say, I got this Expo from. No. Yeah. It's not supposed to be known.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is coming from some guy who want to help you. My dear, when I saw the money, when I saw the contract, award $50 million, award $100 million, award $200 million, and I paused a little while and said, these guys, can I do this? I said, why not? They don't have two heads. They don't have two heads. So for me, it's another turning point. And the rest is history. And Baywood began to grow from there, made so many, took bold steps, made successes out of them. And when we grew the Baywood Continental, Baywood began to, grow other branches, okay? Because we, as a company, we are focused on facilities. We call it from cradle to grave. From cradle to grave is anything in the oil industry we can construct. From building, from the moment you poured your oil, from your first oil, because we are not drillers. Yeah. The drillers are the guys that will go first, or they have the seismic guys. The seismic guys will go first and get do a data acquisition, and from data acquisition they have guys who will now go and begin to drill. From drill, the moment you get your oil, from there until you export, this is our business.
Wow.
Yes. So
this is Baywood.
This is Baywood Continental. This is our business.
Yeah.
We design, we build, and we procure everything that has to do from the point you get your oil to the point where you export your oil. In other words, we construct the pipeline, we design the pipelines, we design all facilities that will make the oil produce, and we take it to the terminals. And we build the terminals, we build everything, other appurtenances that have to be in the terminals to store the oil, to export the oil. Then of course we do every other thing that has to do with maintaining the facilities, because one thing that they do and do pretty well in the oil and gas industry is optimal maintenance, preventive, not reactive. They do preventive. So you can have a facility that will last you for 100 years because you continuously do preventive and planned maintenance. Yeah. This is our core area for Baywood. Yeah. And then from there, of course, Baywood gave birth to better other companies. We have the aviation company called TAL Aviation. We operated in Nigeria, operated helicopters until pandemic. With pandemic, of course, most airlines and aviators suffered. Yeah. Okay, we have the engineering arm called High Tech. So the High Tech does all the engineering activities, both feed, pre-feed, and detailed engineering. And of course, we have the exploration arm called, then it used to be called Baywood Exploration and Production. But with the turnaround of things, the so-called talk about exit from fossil fuel to clean energy and doing the renewable energy. So we changed from Baywood Exploration and Production, so it doesn't look a bit restrictive, to Baywood Energy Development. So, and of course, energy is still, oil and gas is still part of energy, but we just don't want to make it look restricted that when you see our company, you think we're just doing exploration and production only.
We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Chris Baywood will be telling us a little bit more about what it's like to be the CEO and the president of the group. Obviously, we're talking about some large amount of money. He said the gallons and the gallons of money. That's what he says it. And we want to know, what does that mean to manage that kind of business, to manage the multinational business at that level, internationally in Nigeria. These guys are not playing games. These are big boys. Stay right there. We'll be right back after this break. It is a CEO Bench. Welcome back to the program where we get to discuss change management, leadership, and transformation. We are now going to that part of, transformation. We've talked about, leadership. You've had the story of leadership of, Emperor Chris Baywood, eBay. And we're going to that moment where we talked about change management, or we're going to talk about change management. We've been talking about it already. We're going to wind up that, and we'll get into, the transformation. How does Baywood as a company, change lives of people? And how is this whole thing of, being a social activist and being a youth empowerment person, what change? How is it that a person of his caliber is beginning to push down here, yet is supposed to be talking about big things, Stay right there, okay? We're gonna bring back, Emperor Chris Baywood. Welcome back to the program. What a fascinating story and journey so far that you have had in your life, and you talked about this. I want to know, what is it like to be the president and the CEO of Baywood Continental Baywood Group, and all these things going on? How do you manage?
First of all, is determination and purposefulness. I like to use the word purposefulness because you have to be very purposeful in life to succeed.
Yeah.
Another word for it is got to be deliberate, to succeed no matter what. And being deliberate and purposeful means that you got to stay focused and you have to have your eye on the ball.
Yeah.
Eye on the ball, always. So I'm one guy that has always had my eye on the ball, and what's that ball? To succeed, make a success, not minding the challenges. Of course, Baywood Continental didn't just get to become Baywood Continental without challenges, or Baywood Group without challenges. We have had enormous challenges that, for the faint-hearted, would have chickened out.
Yeah.
Right? Making money is not for the lily-livered. Making money is it's not for the faint-hearted. You have to have a very strong will to weather the storm, because it comes with a lot of storm.
Yeah.
Right? It's not a walk in the park. If it's a walk in the park, it would have been like the normal proverb would say, if wishes were horses. If
wishes were horses, yes.
Beggars would do what? Would
Yeah.
ride.
Yeah.
So I can recall my very two experiences that, again, transformed Baywood. It couldn't have been without those things. Number one was my first project with Shell. Don't forget, I migrated from NNPC,
Yeah.
right, as a service provider, to now I'm going to work for the IOCs. Different animal.
Different ball game.
Different ball game, man, because the IOCs, they take no prisoner, right? They take no prisoner, man. And in those early days, we were the guinea pigs, of course. In the oil and gas industry in Nigeria, there was no local content. Most countries never were practicing anything local content. It was exclusive for the multinationals. They come there, do their business, and of course, get in, get out, all right? No much of investment. So some of the local practitioners were one of the early callers in that industry. Of course, it comes with a very big price. Always a price you pay. And when you want to pay that price, it's very painful, right? Yeah. So I think one of our first project about 1993 with the IOC, if I'm correct, was about $5 million. Very excited, man. $5 million.
From 50 million to 100,000 to 5 million.
Yes, dollars.
From 50,000.
Dollars.
Yes,
and
dollars to now to 5 million.
Before,
yes.
We did quite a lot of projects with NNPC there, maybe 30 million, 10 million, but it's not compared to $5 million.
$5 million to $500 million.
$5 million, initial money, initial award, first award from IOC, $5 million in 1993, my brother. It's like David, what do you call it? What do you call this short guy that is a film producer? He said, money stinks, but he loves the smell.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito.
Yeah, Danny DeVito. Yeah, he said money stinks when it lost its smell. It means you
said money is the only thing that stinks, but he loves the smell. So for me, big money is what gives me a kick. When I hear big money, I'm like, huh? What can I do to make it?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So we got a project down the line, we lost the contract.
How did you lose the contract?
Euphoria of a young man getting into a big project and not doing planning very well, in accordance with the expectations of your clients, which now happen to be IOCs. Okay, procedures, processes, quality, standard, specifications, and any little thing can cost you a project. More so, don't forget, there was no local content. So you're on your own. As a matter of fact, the first time or the first thing they do when you show up as a local company to do with before these other companies, you say, no, they don't want you. So it's local content that has made it look like, oh, okay, we are in charge. Okay, but it's good for the country.
Yeah.
You know. So we lost the project, but that was another turning point. Several turning points. You know, you have to learn these things.
Yeah.
The turning point is that the IOC said, listen, guys. Well, of course, I went to the regulators of the oil and gas industry in Nigeria at the time, and I complained that this is what happened. I don't think it was right for them to have taken my project. As God may have it, God is kind, you know what I'm saying? So, and everything we do in life, God must take preeminence, and you know, God first. So I had, in between, I had another project coming up from within the same client. But the client was so particular about this particular one, they cancelled.
Yeah.
I think they had an interest. Let me put it this way. I think that's an interest.
Yeah.
They needed that contract. And they didn't expect that when they went to tender, that the Nigerian company would win.
Okay.
So, coming from a nowhere
to a somewhere.
To a somewhere.
Yeah.
Relatively unknown. I think I'd ruffle feathers. I'd ruffle feathers, right?
Wow.
So,
yeah.
A booby trap was set.
Yeah.
You know, these guys are more systemic than us.
Yeah, systemic in nature and approach.
And they're process driven. It set up a booby trap, and I fell into it. Point of no return. Okay, how do we negotiate out? The regulator said, okay, if you must take this one, you have to let these guys do this other one.
Yes.
But they were not ready to let us be in the system any longer.
Because you're becoming more and more
a threat.
Yes.
So, first option is out of the system. But again, that's when you have strong regulators. They were very firm and said, no, this guy is not going to be out of the system. If you think they have done something and they have not done something right, put them right. Let them do it and do it well. So we're given the option to get restructured. And you know, as a young businessman,
restructure the contract.
They would.
Okay, restructure the company, not restructure the contract.
It must be a structured company.
Yeah.
Not just one, because they see Baywood then as one-man business. Yeah. Which is what happens to a lot of us in Africa.
Yeah.
It's just about me, right?
Yeah.
And that's why we don't grow.
Yeah.
If you have to grow.
And that right there is a lesson, is what we're saying to us.
Say again?
Is that right there is a lesson you're trying to share with us?
A big one. So what the point here is, we have to let go from the company. We have to create a structure that separates us, me or you, from the company. Yeah. So because at that time it was me. What do I mean by that? I was the general manager, I was the managing director, I was the CFO, I was the accountant, I was more or less the admin officer. So the check was in my pocket.
Yeah.
Before that time, okay? So I write check, I approve check, I get cash, I dispense of cash, and blah, blah, blah. That's not the way, so you never get anywhere. And that's how our fathers operated. Because it's just about them, so they never go beyond the limit, okay? If you can't, the only way for you to go from where you are is to bring more brains.
Yes.
If you bring more brains, then it will increase the capacity of what you have, all right? And you have to let go. So, okay, that was done. They suggested, well, they didn't suggest, they said we should identify business process companies.
Yeah.
They will come and audit. We did. We appointed one. They audited Baywood. One thing they said is, first of all, please, sir, Chris Baywood is an individual. One hand. Baywood Contender is a company, right? So you have to place yourself on the right salary. And appoint certain positions, created certain positions. That we did, and we began to run. So the company readmitted us back. The IOC readmitted us back by that singular action that we restructured. They came, before the readmission, they had to come and assess the work done so far by the company, by the independent company. And they found that, yes, we have put in processes in place, we have put structures in place, and they have to see the individuals. It's not just creating the boxes and
filling the boxes without. Yes.
So that we did, and then of course the next is history, and we began to run based on those structures, and every day we had that's what they call continuous improvement in your process, process improvement, structure improvement. Of course, we grew to become ISO certified, and we grew to eventually from ISO certified, being local ISO certified company. Then it was SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, that certified us. From there, we moved to Bureau Veritas as an international certification body to certify Baywood. And ever since then, we've been running as a very well-run organization with different departments and different people manning it. So I can afford, just like that I've been here now going to 1 month, the company is running without me. All right, yes, I have my level of approval. When it gets to the point where I have to approve, information is filtered to me. When it's necessary to copy me in any communication, I am copied. Otherwise, people do their business based on work schedules and how the work breakdown structure, we call it, has been assigned to them. So, and they feed in. I have people who report to me, they have people who report to them. It's bottom down and top down, okay? Yeah, so whenever it's necessary, they report to you. Where it's not necessary, okay, so they run their bank, they run the financials, they run everything. I'm not here.
That said, Emperor Chris Baywood, we wanted to speak from there. You talked about the challenge, and how did you outcome the challenge of the big loss that you made?
Saving grace I had at that time was, okay, I had another project that was coming up, and that project cushioned the losses for that one. But then again, another big challenge that I had again that strengthened Baywood was I had another project, and I think it's that same pipeline project that was coming up at the time I was losing this. Oh God, multiple chain reactions, yes. That project came up, I took that project, down the line, we were caught up in a crisis in the Niger Delta. Because Niger Delta region is where you have the major oil production activities, in Nigeria. Yeah. So our operations pretty much revolves around Niger Delta, right? Whether it's in Port Harcourt, in Cross River State, Akwa Ibom, or Delta State, as it's called, But they're all called the, Niger Delta. This is where you have the large concentration of oil activities in Nigeria. Yeah. So, but this particular incident happened in Warri. Warri is located in Delta State, all right? So we were in charge of the western region of certain IOCs doing the pipelines and stuff like that. But during this period, there was a whole lot of crisis within the region, between communal clashes, I would say. They engaged in a lot of communal crises that engulfed the state, and some of us were caught in the crossfire. Because we were down in the creeks, doing those projects. We were caught in the crossfire, where we lost a lot of our equipment. They were burnt down. Some were thrown overboard into the water. And we had borrowed a lot of money from the bank that time, a bank called Citizens Bank. Then borrowed a lot of money to do that project. That's one hell of a challenge I had in my life, again, as a businessman, which I don't see in a lot of people here in Uganda. They want to make money, but I don't think they want to carry on when they have challenges. They chicken out, But Nigerians, we know how to shrug it off. We know how to manage our situation. Yeah. So I had borrowed money from that bank to do that project. I think about 100-something million at the time. The 100-something million at the time was almost equivalent to $100 million.
That's 160 million naira.
100-something million at the time.
Yes.
Because it was almost 90.900 to $1, in those early days. So.
And what was the rate at which you borrowed the money per annum?
40%.
Wow.
Where in the world can you operate with 40%?
Only at Chris Baywood.
It's not about Chris Baywood. It's about that was the exchange, the interest rate regime and policy within the country at the time. Yeah. But what I mean is, my dear brother, it's how do I call it? It's so draconian.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a draconian law, kind of.
But that's the best they could offer. Yeah. And we call them the new generation banks that time. Those guys were sharks. Those guys don't care a huge about you. They were just living large. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how they got their money. They set up banks, small banks here and there. and they're ready to fleece you, you know. And then exchange rate, I mean, the interest rate in Nigeria at that time was were the mercy of the bankers. So we had this thing upon the challenges that I had. So the interest rate ballooned the loan, and at the point I think it was almost ₦1 billion, my dear. At the time, ₦1 billion at the time in Nigeria at the time is almost like $900–800 million.
Yeah.
Okay. And then of course a lot of failed bank facilities.
Yeah.
Of course, why would it not fail?
Yeah.
40%.
40% is quite a huge.
Yeah. What business are you going to do with a 40% interest?
Yeah.
There were a lot of loan defaulters, that the banks were going on as well. Because when you don't pay your loan, and this one don't pay his loan, or that one don't pay their loan, of course the banks will not survive. Yeah. So I think Central Bank came up with a policy to recover the debts. And then, of course, one of such policies was to publish the names of debtors.
Lo and behold, the one and only Emperor Chris Baywood, eBay.
We had lost so much money. I think my loan position stood at about ₦1 billion at that time with that bank. And our name was published as one of the largest or the biggest debtors. I think either number 1 or number 2 at the time. My dear brother, I was not in the country when it happened.
Had you taken off, or you just gone?
No. I went out. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, one of these business trips. I think I was in India. I think I had a meeting with a partner. I was at the time prospecting to work with us in Nigeria, and our name, Baywood Continental, was listed in Nigerian newspapers. My God, as one of the largest debtors of that bank to that bank. You know, my office. My workers, they were dead before me. they were dead before me.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, it's all natural.
Yeah,
when
you know.
News come like that. You don't know.
Out
next,
of love, out of compassion and everything, they didn't know what to do. So they called me and said, "Sir, this is what is going on in Nigeria. Please don't come back." Because they had set EFCC against the loan defaulters. EFCC is Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, set up by federal government of Nigeria, not primarily to hunt down loan defaulters, but against economic saboteurs, right?
Yes.
In any form or shape.
Yeah.
And of course, in this regard, we have been classified as economic saboteurs because we're owing banks, okay? But you know what?
Yeah.
It's just owing supposedly a superfluous money. Yeah. This is the way I describe it. It's superfluous because how do I mean superfluous? I didn't borrow 600 million naira. Yeah. I didn't borrow 800 million naira. I borrowed
less than this.
I borrowed far less than this.
Yeah, and
but because of the interest accumulation and what they call compound rate, compound interest, default charges, blah blah blah. Before you know it, it ballooned. Then I told my staff who called me, I said, why shouldn't I come back? I have not defrauded anybody. This is legitimate business. We are a corporate organization. We have not taken anybody's money legally. So why should I not come back to Nigeria? And I don't think EFCC should arrest me because I've not defrauded anybody. Neither have I defrauded the federal government of Nigeria. Yeah. Okay? And so this we can discuss. I said, sir, please don't come back. I went against that.
The rule, and you went back to Nigeria.
I ruled against. I came back to Nigeria. Of course, I was not arrested. Lo and behold, this bank had appointed an attorney to go to court and start a process of wind-up of the company, Baywood Continental.
Wow.
Yes. That means they're going to appoint receiver manager. Receiver manager means you are bankrupt, you are insolvent.
Yeah, so
do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. You're going to the receivership, right?
Yeah.
My God, that was the toughest moment. That's it. And I never wanted to lose my name, because if you go through such process, you never operate with that name any longer. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You can't do business again with Baywood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless you do.
You find a way out.
You find a way out. So it was a major concern to me, and on another thought, I said, okay, let me have a meeting with the bank before we go through that process. I went to the bank, had a meeting with the bank ED. And I told the AD, listen, guys, I mean, we need to do something about this. I didn't borrow this money, and I don't know why I have to be in this list. I think it's not very good. Something has to be done. And they said, no, you have to pay down, or you have to pay some money before you go into any negotiation. I said, I don't have the money to pay. I was very determined. But one thing that occurred to me is that in the worst case scenario, actually, I was going to declare bankruptcy.
In which case they would not get their money.
In this case, I don't. So I looked at this guy and I said, excuse me, sir, are you aware that the so-called money I'm owing you, they're all paper money? I don't owe you this money. Technically, we don't owe this money. It's just paper money. So the best thing for us will be to negotiate and let's find a way and make a win-win situation so that we find a way to pay the money.
This is between the bank and Baywood Continental.
Correct. It's between the bank and Baywood Continental. Finally, I think they saw they reasoned with me. The sense of reasoning came into them and we discussed. And it was pruned down to about 600 million naira. We had a haircut down to 600 from almost 1 billion to 600 million.
Yes.
And with that, we were able to start making payments. So I entered into payment plan with the lawyer who they had appointed, who had gone to court to start that winding process. So we entered into negotiation with them. And of course, EFCC eventually invited me. We had a meeting with them in the bank, together with bankers, and they said, listen, I don't owe this money. This is how much I owe, and this is the way we plan to pay it.
Yeah.
And I was set free. I mean, I didn't go to go behind bars because of that, or detained by EFCC, because there was a clear understanding, a clear plan on how to make the payment.
Emperor, we always don't hear this part, but when you're talking about this story, I can see you become more emotional. It takes you back to the day it happened. You know, as a CEO and president, I still see that a lot when you try to recount the story. Many of them don't make it alive. We have had such situation in Uganda here where they just die of stress, or they just go to sleep and they don't get up, and then something happened. You know, what are the lessons that we can pick from here? What can we learn from you right now? For all the CEOs who are watching this CEO program from all across the world, you've been caught in a situation like Emperor Baywood is talking about with your company. How do you pull out of it? You know, how do you get out of it? What are the things that you need to do to get out of it? You are a CEO up on the top, or you are a CEO going to the top? You know, how do you get out of this situation? What are the lessons that we can pick from here? We want you to write us comments. Kisses and disses are all welcome. And of course, we will have, April Bay would write back and, you know, some of those comment sections to give us, you know, a thing or two. And if you're young and you're building, this is quite a journey for you to pick. It's a journey of patience.
Yeah, truly a journey of patience. You know, you have to believe in yourself. That's number one. Number two, you have to be very confident. And you just have to have the spirit of can-do attitude. Again, let me put it this way. Yes, I know the banks are there. They want to collect as much money as they could. But you know what? They will always say, we're not in the business to sell your property.
Yeah.
We are not real estate owners, our managers. We are interested in getting our money paid. Yeah. So you can, most times you enter you schedule your debt. Even countries with IMF, especially African countries, they always reschedule their debts, provided you are a going concern. If they kill you, your company, and kill Eddie's company, and kill another person's company, they are not in business anymore.
Yeah, they will never get
So it's not actually in their best interest to kill anybody's company, all right? But they have to see a willingness to for you to continue to be in business. You have to show that willingness and to pay. You have to have, again, there are two kinds of borrowers. People who really borrow to pay and those who borrow not to pay. Yeah. All right? And if you're amongst those who borrow not to pay, then it's a recipe for failure. Because sooner or later, your business will go into extinction. Yeah. Right? I set out not to allow my company to die because I look at other companies. I look at multinationals, you know, and I ask myself, international organizations, I say, why are we not able to replicate such organizations in Africa? Why do we have to grow and die and fizzle away? when you have companies, they say established 200 years ago, established 100 years ago. Why can we not do it in Africa? Succession plan, sustainability plan, and the focus of the founder.
Yeah.
Okay, these things got to come into play. It's a mix, right? I like to see my company being there for, and outlive me, and outlive my children. It's a legacy. So I pride myself in trying to build a legacy. It's not about how big. It's not about how big. You must not forget, right? Legacy is not about how big, but how you're able to nurture it, to grow and maintain. So that actually sets you apart from any other one. So we have grown as a company for over 30 years, and we have maintained the name. We didn't change the name. We have not changed the name. And we don't intend to change the name because it's a brand that we're very proud of. And I do not intend to lose my brand identity. Because my brand identity says it all. If I go to the capital market to raise money, my brand identity also is a lot of brings in a lot of equity.
Yeah,
right?
that is where your equity is calculated.
And that's where my equity comes. Okay, yeah. I'm a brand identity. If you can't go to Shell today and say Baywood, they say we don't know Baywood. Yeah. You can't go to Total Energy in Nigeria and say Baywood. They say before you talk to 1, 2, 3 departments, at least they know. NNPC, just anywhere we have service. So it's a brand identity. Not only in the corporate world. What about the individuals that know you? What about the people you have come in contact with? Baywood. So it's a brand identity. It's priceless, and I treasure it. And this is one thing that I must tell to those people who are willing to build businesses. You must build your business to maintain your brand identity, right? It's not all about money. Make money, yes, we're all in business to make money, but it must be in business to make money and maintain and sustain your brand identity, because it's one thing that you can't wish away. It's priceless.
Yeah.
It's a treasure.
Yeah.
And this to me, I don't know about others, but to me, it's a treasure. And that's what I tell my children. I say, you must grow to this company. You must treasure this company. Yeah. Don't mess up with the name, because it's a name that is so dear to my heart, that I hold so dearly.
Wow. Talking of that, Emperor Chris Baywood, as we hasten to the evening of our interview today, I mean, we're talking right here, and I'm sure somebody was watching the show, a young person or a middle-aged person in a corporation or employed, or somebody on a CEO ladder climbing up, or somebody coming down. Obviously, you have a wealth of knowledge. Just shed a light for us on how big is Baywood Group, so that people just understand. You've been throwing figures and talking about 1989. We don't know what the magnitude. I just wanted to point us to the magnitude of the worth of the company and the lessons that we can pick from there, and how this company is transforming lives back in Nigeria and across the world, and where is it located?
I would like to say that in Nigeria oil and gas, in my core area of business, I think we should be among the top 5. All right, in capacity, in experience, and in project portfolio.
Yeah,
I would say we're amongst the top 5, amongst the top 10 indigenous companies. Yeah. Our project portfolio is large, and in doing that, we try to develop skills in-house. I would say in my structure, I don't have international, except project-based. When it matters most, that I bring international experts. Other than that, we're a fully indigenous company. Yeah. From top to bottom, we're fully indigenous, providing the services. We bring in international experts on need basis. And that we have done a couple of times, but they finish their project and they go. Yeah. In terms of portfolio size, we say that our portfolio is quite large. I just like to keep it that simple.
Can you give us a figure? I mean, it's just, if you don't mind.
We have done projects in hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay?
Hundreds of millions or billions of dollars?
Not billions, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
That I can tell you. Cumulatively, over the time, I think we would have done projects in excess of about $2-3 billion.
Okay.
You know, over time, cumulatively, either as a solo or joint venture.
Okay.
Because
And what's our asset base kind of looking like?
our asset base is heavy, but you know, these assets depreciate.
Yes.
Right? We have a large armada of assets, all right? Construction asset that is really quite very impressive, very, very impressive.
In terms of its portfolio?
In terms of portfolio, don't forget we were in aviation. We had our helicopters.
Yeah, yeah.
We operated 4 fleets of helicopters.
Yeah.
AW139. AW is Augusta Westland.
Yeah.
Augusta Westland helicopters. We operated pre-COVID, but of course, Nigeria has been hit so much, particularly in oil and gas. Our operation went down because the activities of exploration and production in Nigeria went down so much so that business activities declined. And one of the major hits is aviation because this operation is done for the IOCs to move people back and forth. And when they reduce their footprint of operation, a lot of things didn't occur any longer, and it's still on because even as of today, due to the challenges we have in the Niger Delta, due to a lot of you know, what I call oil theft, our production capacity has dropped from about 1.8 million barrels to 1.4 to 1.2, and now it's about 800,000 barrels per day of oil. So most of our activities is more or less, then with the insecurity in Nigeria actually. Activities have tapered down a little bit in Nigeria, that I can say. So our assets are just idling out because we don't have a lot of equipment, we don't have a lot of jobs right now to deploy this asset. Hence, the depreciation, and our looking elsewhere, coming to Uganda, because we know that Uganda has a lot of opportunities today in the oil and gas industry, and they're yet to develop their local capacity. All right, and I'm very happy with the way the Ugandans are going. They're more focused towards partnering with Africans, you know, African companies who have over the years, you know, made their mark in the industry, you know, rather than to build their own capacity and train their people. So rather than, you know, partner with international organizations, they're rather more inclined to partnering with local companies, you know, Nigerian African-oriented companies, you know, like Baywood. And this is why I'm here. And we're hoping that all things being equal, we may be deploying those armada of idling equipment to Uganda to support the oil and gas activities.
Wow. I want to just bring this. I know you have not answered that, but I wanted to know, in terms of coming to Uganda, when you talk about, you've given out the portfolio in terms of the business, but in terms of the asset base, I know you talked about the depreciation, but just to give us an understanding. You know, sometime when you're talking, people will be thinking, and we're talking about mandazi, and we're talking about bananas and chips. We're not talking about this. We're talking these things that are different all level altogether. I want to give us that understanding of what the asset portfolio like, just rough.
You mean in terms of value?
Asset value, yeah.
Asset value? Yeah. Well, if you have to buy those assets today, you know,
total as you have,
what we have, you'll be spending close to about $150 million to $200 million to acquire there. Without the helicopters, of course, one helicopter is about $30 million, $35 million. Yes. But of course, I mean, we don't own those helicopters anymore because we return them. The beautiful thing about that is that that's what they call wet and dry lease, okay? If you do a wet lease, they will come with all the full complement of crews. Yes. But because we have capacity in-house, Nigeria, so we didn't come with crews. We came with, we operated the equipment. But so with the downturn, we didn't have to, you know, have so much idle asset that would be wasted. So we returned back to our lessor, and then that saved us a lot of cost. But initially, it was a lot of exposure to fund the aviation and run the aviation to the extent we did, because aviation is also very capital intensive. and it's one place you cannot cut corners.
All right. As my second to last question to you as we wind up this interview, it goes to say, assuming you are now in Uganda today, will you help us develop the capacity? Will you help us develop the local talent? I mean, for some of this equipment, we're pretty much new into this oil and gas sector, into this oil and gas business. Uganda is a very young child that is coming up, that needs a lot of guidance, and the parents needs to think through this whole process very well. But learning from those who have been before us, like you, Nigeria, will that be a possibility for local content, local people, local talent development? And also, how will that transform us, by the way?
Let me go back to what I said. I love the spirit of Ugandans and the government and the regulatory authorities. They're more focused towards Africa, African oriented companies. Again, and they're looking towards more to Nigeria, because when you talk about oil and gas activity in Africa, Nigeria will come top. All right, we have developed our local capacity. We have developed not only technical, we have developed the financial muscles. We have developed even the skills from the smallest to the biggest. So we come to Uganda with a whole lot of giving back, so to speak.
Yeah.
All we need is simply the support from the authorities of Uganda to either relocate or build an extension of what we have developed in Nigeria here, with some reasonability of assurance. What do I mean by reasonability of assurance? Every businessman wants to recoup his investment. It would be foolhardy for me to set up here, run my workshops, facilities, staff, people, different cadres without project. Because our money also
not just projects, meaningful
projects.
Yeah.
And our monies don't come cheap, or like our international partner, the counterparts. Say, for example, if you have a UK company coming from UK now to establish in Uganda, he's running on an interest rate of 4%. Right? I'm coming from Nigeria to set up in Uganda. I'm running currently at interest of 22%. So, balance factor. I mean, how far can I sustain? So, the authorities in Uganda got to make conscious effort to want to, make companies like us here to stay. Because in so doing, they will quickly jumpstart the capacity development of their own. Listen, I just have to say it here. Yes, that you want to support only Ugandan companies, supposedly in the true meaning to the letter. Ugandan companies means you have one Edi Okila who has a company, Edi Okila and Sons Limited, blah blah blah, but it doesn't have anybody to support him. He's just an Ugandan. It's okay, give Edi Okila a section of the pipeline to go and construct. It doesn't have the financial muscle. It doesn't have the technical knowledge. They might claim that they have the technical knowledge, but it doesn't have it because it has not. These things are not wishful thinking, all right? It's over the years. The way we are today is not the way we were 20 years ago. There are a lot of lessons learned, because one of the things we have learned again in the course of our business is what I call lessons learned. At the end of every project, you sit down with your client and have what they call lessons learned register. What can I do better? How can I do it better than if I have the opportunity tomorrow? What can I do better to make me a better company? So this has to go on for a long time before you can say, dear killer, yes, if I give him this project, I can go to bed and sleep. He can deliver. Yes, I mean, you want to support your local guys, but you know what? I think a lot of emphasis need to be made to work with, to give companies like us that are coming into Uganda. However, there must be demonstrable, what I can call demonstrable measures and ways of making sure that we transfer technology. And these guys learn, okay? And true, they got to learn, develop not only technical, develop financial. Because the more you work with me, as either a subcontractor or as a partner, and you get your money and you plow back, That's another thing.
Yeah.
You continue to, because if you make this money and do another business, you're not going to grow the business, right? Yeah. So one of the things that we did as a company is that we grew Baywood for so long, not doing any other business except this, before we began to look elsewhere to diversify. Now we're in technology, okay? We're going into media, we're going into e-commerce, we're going into fintech, and all under one umbrella of what we call, the company called CBI Technology and CBI Digital Media Technology, all right? A combination of all these things is going to set Africa again on another part, on another level when it comes to entertainment, financial technology, e-commerce market, and digital media. You couldn't do it when we were just growing, when we didn't have the financial muscle.
Yeah,
if you do it, because you need to build the flagship. That's why I call Baywood Content our flagship. All right. Most of these investments that we have made in other companies is coming from Baywood Content. That God may have it. We're not borrowing so much, so we are not really heavily leveraged as a company, right? Because one thing is for certain. Whatever you borrow, you must pay.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
Whatever you borrow, man, be careful.
We're already having that situation in Kampala, in Uganda.
If you don't pay, if you don't pay, then you're gone. You're done. So I don't take money that I don't need. Okay? So this is a clear message.
That's a big lesson, eh?
Yeah.
You don't take money that you don't need.
I don't take money that I don't need. You have to be clear in your head that you're going to borrow 100 million naira or 1 billion shillings. What are you using the 1 billion shillings to do? Have you done your numbers? Have you crunched your numbers? Have you done your business case? A lot of people don't do their business case. They just, AD is doing very well here. Let me go join AD. You don't know whether AD has something else that is supporting that one. Because you might think that that business is thriving. Unknown to you, that business is being supported by another business from somewhere. Just like when we were doing the helicopter business. We were not making money. It was supported by Baywood Continental because we didn't have a lot of operation, okay? So because we were not able to land a big contract with the IOC, so what we resorted to doing was what we call sport charter. You know, people would come and take us for 1 day, 2 days, 1 week. That's how we were running. We were not making money. We were just waiting in anticipation to land the big project, but it was being supported by Baywood Continental. So, and that's one of the things, when Baywood Continental business began to decline, because of the decline in oil activities in Nigeria, the helicopter operation was affected.
Because it had not yet built to that level.
Because we have not built
to that level, it can stand alone.
Yeah, because, and we have done it for 8 years, waiting for, because these contracts it takes a while to come, all right? And this one service as well we can provide here, the helicopter service, because I see the distance in oil and gas, so I ask myself, who are the operators here? So these are the kind of things that Baywood Group can as well bring to Uganda, because we have had that experience over time in Nigeria.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Baywood, you know, a man of many colors. And now we're talking about some really big things here on the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and before we break, Emperor, we want to go back to the moment you loved so much. When I interacted with you, keep talking about, I'm a social activist, I'm a youth, you know, empowerment driver, leader in Africa. Let's talk about that as we wind up.
Yes, I'm very passionate about that.
Why the youth?
They're the future. I don't care, but they're the future. It's not only in Nigeria, the youth are the future. It's like you have a family, you have children. They are going to take over you. If you insist that your children will remain children as they are, they will revolt. And they can even plan to kill you.
Yeah. And in some incidences, it has happened.
Oh, yes. Yes, in some instances.
We're seeing that in Europe.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. So, I grew up. That's one thing that I'm so passionate about, because one of the things that what drove me into that is, again, philanthropy comes with, there must be something must strike the chord. Something struck the chord for me. And that thing gave way to my philanthropic nature. And I began to preach it, I began to talk about it, I began to say, listen, unless these guys, we're in automation age, right? This time we're in automation age. And one of the studies I did is, why do we have our fathers and our grandfathers still as the dominant players in our political life? Our political lives. Why are they not allowing the young ones to come up? And the world is fast moving away from the old generation to the young generation, but the Africans are still holding it firmly to their chest.
Yeah.
And I think it's time that we have to rise up. And I started championing it. I went around Africa. I've been everywhere with my Baywood Foundation, preaching about the youth. I don't call it anymore youth empowerment, investment.
Youth investment.
Yes, you have to invest in your youth. You have to make your youth to be employable, because today, most youths in Africa are not even employable because we believe so much in certificates, right?
Other than substance of skill.
Other than substance of skill.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, without downplaying education, without downplaying educational qualifications like going to universities and everything, but I think we have to, again, consider vocational training, skill training, exposing them to the realities of life, not just stay in the classroom and theorize, okay, and they come out and they look like they are lost, okay, because most of our universities are not equipped to expose them to such realities of the world, okay? Even in the Western world, where you are exposed to a lot of, maybe you have a very well set up laboratories, you have maybe process facilities, but at the end of the day, it's modular. Yeah. It's not natural. Yeah. When you go out there to work, you see that it's a different kind of fish. Yeah. So I think the way to go for me, one of the things I've been preaching is that we need to get these youths to understand that the future belongs to them, and begin to reorientate their mind. One of the things I try to do very well is reorientating their mind, their mindset. Because who are their mentors? Who are the people? Who are the people they're looking up to? Politicians. And if you look at the lifestyle of our politicians, it's a bit deceitful. Yeah. It's not real. Yeah. It's imaginary. Everybody wants to be a politician. For example, in Nigeria today, if you ask a young kid what they want to be, it's only a politician. Why? Because you see them, the way they spend money, the way they live their lifestyle, the way they do things. But those things don't have base. They have no solid base. Yeah. Take them out of that political scene, 1 year down the line, you won't like to see them again. So we need to lecture, we need to talk to them and let them understand that it's a reset, mindset reset. Let them understand that even that guy who is living large as a politician, they didn't start yesterday. Honestly, for you to succeed in life, regardless of whatever area you find yourself, time, it has to be, you must have spent a lot of time in doing that before you begin to reap the dividends. The dividends don't come overnight. But you see, because of the values, we have lost our values so much so in Africa. I don't know. I think we have lost our values. So the values today is we want to make money today. Okay, I told you the story of me and my brother.
Yeah.
If my father did not come to reset my value, I would have been gone. I want to be richer than my brother.
Yeah. You wanted to be richer than your brother, who was already rich, and you are learning
who's been working, doing business all this time. Yeah. And I just came out from school.
Yeah.
And I want to be richer than my brother. Yeah. It's not bad to be, my uncle said, it's not bad to be a shoemaker. What is bad is making bad shoes. Do you hear that?
Yeah, yeah, right.
So it's not bad to be ambitious, but it's bad to be over ambitious.
Yes.
You just have to be ambitious for you to succeed in life.
So it's not bad to be a shoemaker?
It's not bad to be a shoemaker. What is bad is making bad shoes.
Bad shoes.
When you are a good shoemaker, you can become a designer shoemaker.
Yeah.
And everybody will come to you and flock to you, right?
Yes.
But when you're a bad shoemaker,
and Emperor Chris,
and everybody want to be like, and everybody will be envious of you.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you're a bad shoemaker, you know what people do? Ah, that man, leave him. He don't know anything what to do. Yeah. He doesn't know what he's doing. Forget him. But when you are now a good shoemaker, you begin to export. Yeah. You become everybody's darling, and people want to emulate you. Yeah. So, I tell you something. It's good to be ambitious, but it's not good to be over ambitious. Wow. Because when you're over ambitious, you might do that one that might land you in jail so quickly. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
that will be the end of you.
Then that will be the end of you. So it's one step at a time. Johnny Walker. Yeah. Johnny Walker says, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step.
Yeah.
But you know what? That step does not guarantee you are going to reach to that destination.
Yeah.
Continuous working will ensure you get to that stage. So, I think that as we grow older, we must encourage our young people, reorientate them, reorientate their values, reset their value set, their value systems.
Yes.
So that they see
the value belief system.
The value belief system, so that they begin to see that there's dignity in labor. A good number of us don't believe anymore in dignity in labor. All right, they just want to. Maybe people trying to, leave the country, either they're crossing one blue ocean, or crossing one dry desert to get to the so-called promised land. Who says it's a promised land? So our leaders, again, need to make our environment very conducive for our young ones. And then if you don't have any nation without young people, it's a doomed nation. And Africa is so proud to have this young burgeoning population. What do? You have to make conscious effort. Like I keep telling them, we wrote a book, Baywood Foundation, it's called Beyond Rhetoric. And we initiated something called Intern and Return. What do I mean by intern and return? When you train these young lads and give them opportunities to be interns in various locations, okay? And government sets aside what they call internship fund to pay them while they are doing the internship in all spheres of life. That is one sure way to stimulate their knowledge, stimulate their appetite, and begin to see things differently. So, and it's a policy. As a matter of fact, what we ask for in that book is a declaration, affirmative action. We ask for 35% affirmative action across all Africa on youths. And what do I mean by affirmative action on youths? In other words, here in Uganda, for example, I've seen young women and young people in positions of authority. So what we advocate for is that this affirmative action needs to be legislated and gazetted and endorsed. As a matter of fact, the African Union, when we met with them, endorsed it. And what they needed was to just meet with the various legislative assemblies across the 54 African nations and see how they can buy into this thing and adopt an internal return initiative. And Baywood Foundation, in partnership with African Union, have promised to put the initial seed money to do such initiatives and kickstart it. And one other way to stimulate the youth, I said, is to have an endowment fund or prize money or prize award for youths across Africa that have achieved in various spheres of life. Because these guys have achieved. Have you identified them? Because when you begin to reward these young ones, and appreciate them and consider them as part of the main society. Because what is happening today, like if you would see what is going on in Nigeria today, there's almost a youth revolution because they are tired, okay? Because they're not part of the system. They're not meant to be part of the system. These guys have emasculated them from the system. They are taking hold of everything. If you look at throughout the length and breadth of Africa, look at our presidents. They are all in their 80s, okay? Are they more smarter now? No. Are they in tune with the technology? No. Are they thinking about how to move the country, the nation forward or the continent forward? No. Can they be more radical? No. Because we need radicalism in a bit of things we do to change, to reset the continent, okay? I was listening to a program where some young lads in Europe were pushing for Macron to stop the ECOP project in Uganda. What do they know about Africa? So if we have a very united, formidable African Union that can come up with a very big voice and say, listen, can you even keep your money? We don't need your money. We donate funds and have a pool of funds where we can tap into to develop our natural resources. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So Intern and Return Initiative for African youth is what Baywood Foundation is still advocating, because that's the only way we can put Africa and make them to be a continent to be sought after. We have the smart youth, we have very intelligent youth, we have youth tech savvy. If you come to Nigeria today, one of the things that is raving is tech startups. These tech startups are young ones. 20, 25, 30, coming out with different, genuine ideas. What they need is a little pep, and that's what do you call this little pep? Like what we did in a program with Coca-Cola. The first time that Baywood Foundation ever got grant was Coca-Cola giving us $100,000 to do a program we call Youth ICT and Skill Acquisition Project, YISAP. You can go to our website, Baywood Foundation, and find YISAP, YISAP. What we do was to gather youths from all parts of the state and train them in different skills. Okay? We have certain set skills we train them on, train them in those skills, and give them, and then on the final day, they exhibited their skills. They produced those things that they did, they created those things that they did, and it became, and displayed their wares in the market, and people bought them, right? But in doing that, we gave them some seed funds.
Yes.
To start off.
Not just saying go and
no,
start
no, no.
this,
So
go and
out
start
of,
this.
out of 600 or 1,000 people that were trained in different skills, we selected 100 or 200 people that were given seed money. So this is what I'm saying. In every society, if you don't make such policies and drive those policies down, and it has to be driven by a youth, not when you set up a commission like that, you go and get some guy that's 80 years to manage. No, you got to be a youth of 30 who will drive the stage, because these guys, they're thinking differently from the way we're thinking today, and they're tech savvy. Listen, they can, when even you go agro-based, they can do a lot of things with agro, okay? Deploying technology, deploying skills. We're talking about large-scale farming. They can even do green farming, greenhouse farming.
Yeah.
And the greenhouse farming, no, you don't need even a large footprint to do a greenhouse, okay? But you produce as much, and even well-controlled environment. You produce as much healthy fruits and agro-based products than you would have done using massive agro-based. Of course, you need to do mechanized farming. But you know what? Get these guys to buy into the future, and it has to be driven by their own people. And what we're saying about intern and return is that even in the National Assembly, wherever you have somebody like a 50-year-old guy, you need to bring someone like a 30-year-old guy to understudy him.
Yes.
And in understanding him, you're paying him from the internship fund, okay? That thereafter is either he continues with what he is doing as an intern, or he goes out. By then, he would have made he would have gained knowledge, he would have made contact, he would have had his own network group and all stuff like that. So this is what we're thinking, and this is the way to really, really develop the African youth. And this is what Beirut Foundation is all about, championing for over 17 years. You know, and it's born out of passion. It's born out of speaking, because I know that if you don't have a safe environment, you can be as rich as you are, but if your neighbor is not happy, is not hungry, you are unsafe. So create a safe environment by making sure that people around you, and that's why my role model was Nelson Mandela, and that's why I love his quote. He said, it's not about how long you lived on earth, but how much you have impacted on lives of people. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not about how successful you are. So for me, I think one of the things that I pride myself for is that you don't need to have billions to be a philanthropist, right? I did it, and I found the secret to success. It's giving. And it's not about how much you give. It's about how you're able to get people to have a reset and begin to think differently. So I'm a proponent of that we have to bring our youth forward, both in politics, in all spheres of life, in business, but you need to train them. You need to create funds in everything we do, and we don't carry these young guys along. Someday will come, and they will rise up against us. And you know what? When we had NSAS in Nigeria, and it was in Lagos, I don't know if you read about NSAS.
Yes, yes.
By the special grace of God, I'm one of the bourgeois, right?
Yeah.
In Lagos and Nigeria.
Yeah.
I was so afraid of myself. I was so afraid of everything around me. Because when an eruption like that engulfs, they don't know who's speaking for them. They don't know. It's like you are one of the oppressors. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you can become a target that you shouldn't have been. So why don't we nip this situation on the board before it balloons, okay, and out of control? So there was a lot of destruction, and they were going after the rich people. These rich people. And who are these rich people? It could have been a Baywood who had worked all his life, trying to make money legitimately, not being involved in any scam, not being involved in anything that is illicit, okay? And then even giving back to the society. But my dear brother, when a situation like that occurs,
It's indiscriminatory.
It's indiscriminatory.
Because they're not thinking.
Yeah, they're not thinking.
Yeah.
Everybody's a target. And I don't want to be that, because I will regret it. So my position is, the earlier we nip the situation on board, the better for everybody. And together we can make Africa forward and move this nation, this continent, to where we expect it to be. We can't do it. We need these guys. But we need to reorientate their values. We need to reset their values. because the values is completely eroded right now. And in doing so, we need to reorientate ourselves again. Our value system is no more.
Ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Chris Bewood Ibe, thank you very much. This has been one of the most powerful interviews that we've done on the CEO bench. And as we depart from here, question, in a second, tell us a joke.
A joke.
A joke that has ever been given about your name, Emperor, and how you reacted to it, if at all. And give us one African proverb from Nigeria.
Well, I don't know. You see, people think that I just woke up and became emperor. I said, okay, no problem. But it's a story for another day. But I always tell you, if you want to know about the emperors, that's a book you need to go and read. It's called God, Pope, and Emperor. So you know the origin of emperor. God, Pope, and Emperor. So, one thing about this, it connotes reality, and if you want to be an emperor, you have to live up to it, right? You have to live up to it. So, I think I'm living up to my title, emperor, and I make good to say that unless you visit me in Nigeria, you may not know that I'm a true emperor. And I'm a benevolent emperor, because emperors are known for draconian rules and the Gestapo style of doing things. I am not that one. I'm this benevolent emperor. Emperors don't talk about giving back. So I could better be described as a refined emperor who talks for the people, especially the downtrodden and the young people. So that's what I should be remembered. One of the things I want to be remembered for when I'm gone is, how many lives have you touched? It's not how much money I have. No. It's not how much. Are you the biggest billionaire in the world? No. Yes, even if I'm the biggest billionaire, but how much lives have I touched? And that's my prayer, that as God continues to bless us in what we do, we have to leave our footsteps on the sands of times, so that I'll be counted amongst those who help to alleviate poverty. I have to touch lives. And you know what it means to shake a young man who never thought that he could come close to you. That's mentorship, right? And they wouldn't touch you unless you get close to them, right? So you must break that barrier so that they come close to you, make yourself available, that they can come and talk to you. Something happened during the conference in Uganda where I participated. A lot of youths came to me, a lot of young ones, because of my contribution. I couldn't just carry on like Emperor Chris Baywood, but I was ready to mingle. I was ready to talk with them. I was ready to impart this knowledge and get them to be to be appreciated. And you know, they felt so happy that, oh, this guy, so he's accessible. Just a handshake. How are you? How you doing? What are you doing? Blah blah blah. You know, these things, they go a long way to helping and motivate people. So it's why I am a motivational speaker. Put me on the table there, and I'll teach the young lads how to turn things around.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO bench has come to an end. Edio Killer, Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe, all the way from Enugu State in Nigeria, the federal state of Nigeria. We want to say thank you very much. Until next time, we're saying bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emperor, for coming.
Good afternoon. My name is Felix Eopal, and it is Slam Dunk Basketball Talk, the show where we discuss everything about basketball, what is happening, what is not happening, what we predict is going to happen. And this afternoon, we are graced with the appearance of Frederick Freedom Warrior. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing Slam Dunk Basketball Talk with your time.
Thank you, Felix, for inviting me to the show. I'm honored to be here. I think it's been a while.
Definitely, it has been quite a while, and as proprietor of JKL Basketball Organization, there's a lot of talk since the season is about to begin. So let's start with what preparations does JKL have ahead of the start of the season? Because definitely so many viewers out there want to know what to expect from JKL.
I can say that we actually held trials last weekend.
You had trials last weekend?
Yes, we held trials last weekend.
Okay. Tell me about tell us about that.
At our JKL Arena.
Okay.
In Mukono, Namaiba. So it was good. We're happy with the turnout. Some players came as far as Mbale, Soroti. The couple of players from Kampala that came. And we even had a friendly.
You had a friendly. Which team did you have a friendly with?
With Bugema University.
Bugema University. Yeah, how did that go?
It was a friendly game. You know, you can't come and beat us at home ground.
Most people don't know about the JKL Arena. Please enlighten our viewers out there. We are live on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and on our website, House of Talent Uganda, UG.
Our JKL Arena is in Mukono. It is on Katosi Road, a place called Namaiba. So as you reach the trading center of Namaiba, on your left hand, you'll see the signpost of JKL, Dolphin Sports Arena. So we have there the basketball court, we have accommodation.
Basketball court, accommodation.
We have a bar.
Oh, there's even a bar.
Yes, so you can take some drinks. We have gardens, so you can chill. We have a kitchen.
This investment, how much did it cost the JKL organization, and how were the funds able to be collected? Because that's something that the viewers out there would love to know, and because I believe various teams would also want to have such a place.
I think the arena, we are in phase 1, We are just on phase 1 of the project. You know, we are running a program. And I think now we are in year 7 of the program, but 2 years have been eaten away by COVID. So we are like 2 years behind. So we've invested, we started the program around 2013.
2013.
That is when before we started the team.
Because I believe when you look at the records, JKL was not yet in existence in FUBA records by 2013.
We already had a plan. Actually, in 2012, we had a plan to buy Res Life when they were in Division 1. In NBL, actually, NBL. The year they were in NBL, I think that's 2012. We held discussion between myself and my partner, Emmanuel Angwela. So, with Hudson, But
the current general secretary.
Yes, so we didn't just agree on the price, because I think that time they were struggling and we wanted to inject money. But the idea was to buy and then add more players, and then we set up the team. However, after we didn't come to an agreement, we said, okay, what do we do? Let's plan and set up a team in lower division and grow it. However, as a program, we started planning long term, and our program is way different from, I think, other teams.
How different is it from other teams when you say different?
What we are looking at is in a scenario whereby we have players, after playing for JKL, they should be able to have continuous income. They should be earning when they retire. They should be either.
So what you're saying is that the program is to try and ensure that when the player stops playing basketball, at least they have a job Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they should have something to do. Either they are working within the organization, they are coaching, okay? Or they can start up their own work. Because if you look at what we do, especially with the academies, we have a session when we are training the kids. We have a session for life skill. Okay.
Oh.
So for life skills, so we ask them what they want to be in future. Okay. What their plans are. We talk to them.
You develop them so that they can be self-sufficient.
Yes.
That is actually that is very brilliant stuff for Ugandan basketball and for so many athletes, not just for the game of basketball. I wish JKL could also expand that and put it to a bigger platform.
What we're doing, like I told you, we are in phase 1. We are going to have 3 phases. Okay. So we are finishing the first phase, and part of the first phase was to set up the academy, start the team, set them rolling, okay, and have the team self-sustaining, okay, so that if freedom is not there, or any other directors who are funding the team are not there, or if the sponsor is not there, the club is able to survive.
The club can still go on.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the key things, the season is soon starting and everyone is eager to know which players has JKL signed on.
Which one do we started? We have 2 teams.
The senior team.
We have both. We have the ladies, we have the men.
The men's team.
I think the men's team, got done before even end of 2021. We had discussion with the potential targets for 2022. We've already talked. Okay.
And how far those discussions?
No, they're already on board for 2022.
They're already on board.
Like I told you, we already sold to them the plan for 2022. The plan for 2022 is after COVID. We are doing a cut.
Okay? So what you're saying is ahead of the 2022 season, you're going to have some players cut off the team.
No, we are cutting the costs.
Or
operational costs.
Operational costs.
Okay.
And how are you doing that exactly?
We are cutting operational costs. Let's just assume you're earning $1,000. Okay. We met with some of the players and told them, okay, this is COVID time, so we are realigning with the company overall objective of the club. So if you can take a 20% pay cut.
So you're doing pay cuts?
No, we're doing restructuring.
How okay, calling it restructuring is a way of being euphemistic about it. But how are the players interpreting it and taking it?
They're okay. The players are okay. And we already have a team for 2022 season for the boys. I think
which surprises can you give our viewers at the moment that they will be seeing wearing a JKL jersey?
There are many players. Actually, we are rebuilding the boys team. We are rebuilding for BAL, so we are looking at a 3-year program. So most of the players are young. Okay, and then we have some experience.
You are rebuilding for BAL.
Yeah.
So that means JKL is going all out to win it, because you cannot go to BAL unless you're a champion.
We are rebuilding, so it's going to take a 3-year program. Okay, I said we are rebuilding for BAL, for 3 years. We are trying to do a 2 or 3-year program to rebuild, so that we are able to participate in BAL. We want to cut our expenditures slightly, okay, to align with the current market. Number 3 is we're going to recruit players that fit our profile.
What is that profile exactly? What is the JKL profile?
Our team is built on first skill, okay. Then we have when we recruit players, there's not everybody fits the system. There are those who love the club, okay, like come to you and I say, Felix, oh, some players come and call me like, you know what, we want to come to JKL. So like, what are your expectations?
Okay. And what do you tell them when they come and let's say such players and they ask for wanting to have a place in JKL?
No, they are free to come, train with this team, and the coaches will decide.
So it is open, they can come and then you evaluate?
Yes, they are free.
What criteria do you actually base on when doing that evaluation?
One of them is, it's not about the skill set. We normally sign players who go hard.
Hard. So attitude,
yes,
desire,
positivity.
That is what I believe when you say heart means attitude, desire, passion.
Yes. Okay. And players, you know, in the process of talking to them, we realize what do they want to be in the next few years. Okay.
Okay.
What are their structures? What are they planning? So those are some of the things we use when we are recruiting. But the boys we already have, I think we remain in one slot, two slots, I think 2 slots, which we are keeping for the boys team. For the girls, I can tell you,
JKL Lady Dolphin has been amazing. So I don't know if the trend is going to continue going on.
It is 2 years without players actively playing, so it's difficult to assess their fitness levels now. And you know, a winning club, you know, we won like for 2 years, we're going to the 3rd, 4th.
You won JKL Lady Dolphins won back to back.
Yeah, so originally the plan was normally, if it's any successful team, you can win 4 times with the same team.
Well, City World has been doing it for 7 years.
Because they keep adding new blood. Okay, as others leave, you keep adding. Okay, so then you start to keep adding. So I think if you've seen the way they have run, they won like for 3-4 years comfortably, and then they kept adding more younger players into the team and some experienced players, more younger players into the team and some experienced players. You can't keep the same old players.
So that is the same strategy that your ladies side is going to be taking on?
It is for both teams, both the boys and the ladies. And the ladies, we're going to have young and experienced. And I think the ladies, I have one player who I think is going to be amazing. I think he'll be in the national team in 2 years. I think.
You have
I have high expectation of the kids. We have added so far 3 new players, fresh from high school. And you know, when they come to the league, they take 1 or 2 years to settle in.
Yeah, because I was just about to ask you that if they're fresh from high school, then the transition usually is not that simple.
Yeah, we have a program. You see, our program with the young players also different. There are so many things that take place behind the scenes that people don't know. The young players have a special training program. Okay, so which facilitates them to join the senior team. Okay, at earliest opportunity. We have a special program for the younger players.
Because most of the fans, or even when you go to the comments and everything, they're like, when is JKL winning a title? Is this their year or not?
We have already won a title. Which title?
The men's team.
Oh, the men's team.
Yeah, that is.
I think last year we had a chance.
Those are the comments. Even when I posted and I mentioned to our viewers, our fans, that you would be our guest today. They were asking, when can you tell us when JKL will be able to win a title?
JKL is going to win a championship, okay? The men will win a championship.
Some of the views are that you have one of the best power forwards in the country, in Brian Namake, and yet the team is still struggling. What is your view on that?
Prior to 2019 season, I think we had kept a team, a unit for a while. We actually needed like 3 players to take us to the next level, and that was the target. But you see, we tried to look for those players across the region. There were a few that fitted the profile we wanted. Okay.
Why were you looking for players across the region? Couldn't you like look for talent or within the region?
You see, at that time, most of the best players within the region were already locked up in their clubs. Okay, so it's difficult to get the player from maybe City Oil. I think you understand. It's difficult to get a player from them, or it's difficult to go to APA. This Patriots in Rwanda. It's difficult. Okay, it's difficult to get a player from there. So we were looking. The scouts sent some videos, but as a TD, I don't believe in videos. Okay.
Oh, you believe in first looking at the player and assessing them yourself.
So I was supposed to travel. There was a player we were targeting in Zambia. They told us there was a big man. I was supposed to fly there to identify the player. And then things came around. I was supposed to travel to Nairobi to check on some players. And
that expense is quite something. We will get back into the discussion. We are with Frederick Freedoms, the proprietor and technical director of JKL Basketball Organization. My name is Felix Paul. We return after this short break.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, 4 perspectives, embracing a hip urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Who speaks his mind out is naturally a person who knows what he's doing. Is naturally a person who cracks jokes. In fact, a friend of mine said he should just, every time he does a skit, he should just give him a moment and just share. He wants to pay for it. Richard, welcome to Creative Industry Talk. How are you this morning?
I'm very fine. You just reminded me. I've lost money.
Yes, you've lost money.
I've not shared with him.
Yes, he said whenever you do a skit, just send me and send the invoice immediately. And I said, wow, I wish I would have a talent and gift like Richard, where I don't have to work very hard and the money just finds me.
I know. Boss, we sweat.
I know. But welcome to the program, Richard. We want to say thank you very much. And how have you been?
I've been okay.
Yeah.
I have constantly been COVID negative.
Okay.
Yeah. I assume.
That's a very good one. Yes.
I've not tested in a long time.
Yes.
But we're okay. A lot has changed. Yeah. We have tried to change with the change.
Yes.
Yes. And along the way, you discover here, you lose here. But we stay above the water.
Yes, yes. I just want to take you straight to Richard to the first question we always ask on the Creative Industry Talk. Who is Richard Tuanje if I am looking for you? Are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values define you as Ugandan? Yes, that question is usually a question that gets so many people punching on the streets of Kampala and across the world. If you ask them a question, who are you?
Yeah.
Some people assume that everyone knows them.
Yeah.
And yes, we see you on TV every other day. Yes, we see you all across Africa. But who is Richard in a nutshell?
That is a very difficult question. Yeah, because personally I believe some people's values change along the way.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, life is a game of, you know, discovery and rediscovery of self. But personally I believe, plainly put, Richard Tuanje is a Ugandan who is a multifaceted entertainer. Who has his hands in not just one thing, actor, comedian. I don't know whether I should call myself a singer. Yeah, I think I'm safe calling myself a singer, not a musician.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to sample that song already.
Yeah, I used to
know.
So I do a bit of music. I'm a producer on a wider scale because well, most of the art I do I also produce. Some with the team, some alone. And as a human being, I stand for good for all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That right there is quite a deep statement. I stand for good for all. I would like to take this moment, first of all, to welcome everyone to the Creative Industry Talk from all across the world. Thank you very much, all our brothers and sisters in the United States of America. I hope you did not jump on that plane and you're part of the 600 people from Afghanistan, you know. And of course, to all the creative people all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the space for the creative right here in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, going to the rest of the world. Richard,
yes,
welcome to the show. And now that we know you, and now that we understand who you are, just away from seeing you on TV, our topic on the Creative Industry Talk today is about creativity for business success in Uganda.
Yeah.
Creativity for business success in Uganda. When we posted this yesterday, a lot of people wrote back and they were asking, creativity for business success in Uganda? They don't even understand what creativity is. Now you are putting the mix of success in it. And I mean, how are we going to do it? So I said, well, we will have to have a discussion about this. And of course, we're going to be joined by Faizo Chiwewa. We were supposed to be joined by, Jeremy Biemanzi from Nomad Advertising. But unfortunately, Jeremy has got an emergency that needs to attend to. He will be joining us next week. Okay. And of course, we want to take a moment to welcome Faizo Chiwewa all the way in the outside countries. How are you doing in the cold?
Thank you so much, Eddie. I am okay. I just arrived like 5 minutes ago in Antwerp. It's I would say the capital of the Flanders in Belgium. So it's where I am, and I had to find my way to get to the show. So I'm very excited to join you guys.
Very much, Faizo. Thank you very much, Faizo, first of all, for joining us. I hope you have had a very good ride on the train. In Uganda here, when we talk about the train, we only remember in the 60s. I don't know whether Richard... Our train hasn't yet been...
I know nothing about trains in Uganda. I just read. What I see down there below Ginger Road, I think those are just carriers, you know.
Wow.
Train has...
Yes, and when my uncle tells me the trains were good, so seeing Faizo ride on the train in Europe is quite an amazing stuff. But gentlemen, welcome to the show. So today we want to just ride straight to this, discussion. I want to give you a context, Richard. There is artistic creativity.
Yes.
And there is a more general kind of creativity that we see in people that could also be called the ingenuity, innovation, the lateral thinking outside the box. We've heard people talk about this very much, or simply the problem solver.
Yes.
And we are going to mix the two together to basically find what is best for us in our discussion today. We're talking about creativity for business in Uganda and the success. But the context here is that creativity in business is a nifty way of thinking that always inspires people, challenges people, and also help people to find innovative solutions that create opportunities that we always use in our day-to-day life, okay? And of course, opportunities out of problems are key, and we're talking about the pandemic situation right now. The COVID-19 has brought, a challenge in the industry. But how are we turning these opportunities and challenges to actually create opportunity to solve the problems that we have or we had already before? It is also the reason some individuals, of course, and companies attract our attention to either goods and services or to products that
I
we
agree.
need. Yes,
Yeah.
it comes from the creative mind. The ideas, the amazing ideas, sometimes seems very far-fetched, and other times is merely the follow habitant, and some people really just go through with whatever the flow is.
Yeah.
But today on the show, I want to take you straight to this background, and I want to start with you, Richard, right here in the
Yes,
studio. First of all, is creativity an important skill to have?
It is a very important skill to have. Unfortunately, it is not for all.
Yeah.
And I think the nature's laws, I think, dictated like that, because I mean, if all of us were creative, it would be so hard to cope with the world. I mean, you're trying to catch on this and something new has come. But that is where we are going. It is very important to be creative, because it helps you stand out in whatever sector. I believe it. When you come, most of us are followers before we get creative. There's always a trend, whether in banking, the arts, the sports. There's always a trend, and that trend, at whatever given time in history or in the future, it will have been brought about by a few creative minds. So, like you said, it's the creative ones who create even opportunities, not for just themselves, but for others. And without just limiting it to art, it is so important that if a particular sector is so clogged with competition, chances are the one who is going to slide off the conventions will either stand out or it's not a win all the time. Because you can create your way to your failure.
That's true. Absolutely.
So it is important to be creative, but it's also important to create with high regard of the audience. That you're creating for. Most cases, creative people are also very egoistic. So when the idea comes and he likes it, you're not going to try and tone his idea down.
This is my idea.
To match the targeted audience. He wants to run it the way he has thought about it. So creativity is very important, but also most important is, who are you creating for?
Wow. Faizo Chiwewa, all the way in outside countries, you've heard from Richard. Richard is saying that it is important that the creativity is important skill for a person to have. Do you agree with Richard, Faizo? And also on that background, Faizo, how do we, profit from the creativity in business, if at all it is important as a skill?
Thank you so much. First of all, to compliment Richard for how he looks. I mean, you can see that creativity has made on some weight. Despite all of us who are losing weight during this, Richard is gaining weight, which is good to see. That's a creative man. Excitingly, I would say. I totally agree with his notion on yes, creativity is necessary. It's not for him, but it's also something that we need nurture in everyone. That's why we encourage our children at a young age to really try to practice different things, test different experiences, so that they could define themselves in the future, whatever course they take in life. Be not just redundant, dependent on what we're told to do or what we must do, but also be supportive of our community. And I'm always fascinated creatives really contribute to changes that we see in societies. And you can see in Europe, you find a lot of things done, but not necessarily provided by authorities, governments, but by individuals who find hardships in terms of their day-to-day life, and they think about solutions to go through these hardships. And those solutions then eventually become public necessities or public goods that everyone now needs to use. For example, you can, if you walk around, or if you move around, like just what you talked about at the beginning, the necessity of having a train. I woke up in Holland this morning at 6:40, and by 10 I'm in Belgium. having a congress here. So that thought of creativity to say to you can call it also innovation to make people's lives easier is really what our country would need more of this kind of input in our day-to-day life. Yeah.
Richard, you've had the man walk up in Finland. You
Pfizer, was that meant to make me feel guilty? Because I'm the reason this show started late. Just from Muyenga to Bukoto.
Yes, he has juggled so much traffic and a lot of things have happened. But you see, Richard, that's why we're saying if there's a creative way of thinking about stuff, would be able to save and there'll be a lot more success. And that really resonate with our topic today. Richard, what jobs are in the creative industry? We're starting to build these things about our discussion today. What jobs do you think are available? You're already earning out of it.
The creative industry.
Yes.
First, it is so wide. Yeah. People look at the creative industry. When you say creative industry, they think about the creative performance.
Yes.
Yeah. But you see, those aside, we have people behind the scenes, the producers, the guys who do the technical work, and then the creative industry does not just carry the artistically creative or the performing artists. We are living in a time where, life has changed. The phone is now a performing space.
Yeah.
The internet is a performing space. So, you're holding your phone and you have a multitude of stages here. You're free to choose. The people who create all those spaces are also creatives. They are at a very different plane of creativity also. But all creatives are important. Personally, I think to a certain extent we are important in equal measure, because Mr. Eddie Okila is going to have a platform here that is so different from other platforms. And the reason he shaped it that way is to serve a certain segment of audience, TV viewing, content seeking audiences, but brought in this big number of contributors to the final product.
Wow. Well, Richard and Faisal, this is a very interesting part of the show. The jobs that the creative industry have. I want to dive to Faisal in Belgium. Faisal, you've heard from Richard. What jobs do you think we have available in the creative industry?
I think, as Richard said at the beginning, the creative industry is really huge. When we start mentioning the sectors within, I would call them, some are sectors because they're informal, others are industries because they're formal. But there are also those formal and informal industries within the creative industry, or the creative arts, or the creative behavior, I would say. But the kind of jobs, let's start with, you know what we are doing. So we are in the arts. I'm a programmer, and that whole line of business you are familiar with. Richard is in the in theater and comedy, and that chain of business is very familiar to us. We know what they are doing, and I think maybe what is different in this case is like the acknowledgement of the actual number of people or number of jobs that are associated in our line of work. When people see Richard performing at the National Theatre or at the comedy scene, when they do it, their grand shows every month, people don't really understand the amount of work that is put in, leave alone the creative process of writing the skits they do, but also the backside, the backstage side. We are talking about costume designers, we are talking about set designers, we are talking about makeup artists, we are talking about communications person, ticketing persons, we are talking about advertising, radio interviews, TV interviews, and all these jobs. And when you look at the people and the amount of effort as well as the amount of to this kind of work, it's appalling. And then these are some of the things that we know, but Then when we shift to art forms like new media, when we talk about new media, we're talking about, design, graphics, we are talking about advertising, we're talking about software development, we're talking about programming, we're talking about all these things. So when someone sees like Eddie, you're here hosting us, you're in Kampala, and we're talking to each other, they don't imagine the amount of work that was put all us talking to each other live in such a diverse space. So this is creativity, this is programming, this is thinking, this is offering a solution to a need that is identified, maybe not on a daily need, but it's almost something that you need once in a while. So there are so many jobs, they cannot be counted. But what I want to assure our listeners or our viewers is that we have, as within the creative industry, the highest number of employment opportunities. There are so many that need our services in terms of when we get it to work. And there are also those that, so many people that we need to make sure that we pull off our events. When I have Baimba Festival, as a small example of what happens within our day-to-day life, I have at least 1,500 staff working at one festival. Those include my core staff, they include service providers, they include volunteers, they include interns, they include, partners, sponsors, and all these people are at the festival making sure that everything goes on as it is planned. So I cannot start mentioning how many jobs are there, but to be sure, they are very, very many.
Wow. Well, you've heard it from Faisal. Thank you very much, Faisal. Richard, I want to come back to you on this part. And of course, welcoming all the views from everyone who's watching the show. We are live on Facebook, on YouTube, and all across the world in all our platforms. By the way, we're live on our, www.houseoftalentuganda.ug.com. It's live, it's streaming for everyone across the world, so please enjoy. We want to hear your comments, kisses, and this is coming. We love to hear them. We love to hear them. If you're doing well, kiss us. If you think we're doing bad, diss us. We are okay. We are creative people. We take this. Richard,
yes,
you've heard what Faisal just said, and I like the first two questions and three questions. I want to go to the third question, which is what are the types of creativity that we can profit from? We're talking about creativity, and we're always talking about creative people. Faisal just said something very interesting. 1,500 people worked at the concert, a festival. Whenever we see you on stage, we don't understand that the Fun Factory has got a shipload of people behind just Richard to look good on screen and to be, looking nice and to speak whatever is speaking nice on stage. Yes. There are a lot of people behind there. So I want to just ask you a question. What type of creativity is there for businesses to harness? Given your experience as a stage performer, as a copywriter, which means you're writing a lot of copies to corporate companies for products to be communicated about, to be consumed. What do you think the types of creativity that is there that we can profit from?
As businesses?
Yes. As individuals as well as businesses,
yes. You just mentioned some of the most important ones there. First, just the creativity to produce art that can just, touch people's hearts and lift their moods, and maybe also help them think, in certain thought processes that they wouldn't have if they had not consumed certain pieces of art. That creativity is very important. That one is that, I think that is the longest serving kind of creativity for humankind, because I mean, since the medieval times, that kind of creativity is demanded for leisure. Now, creativity for business development, where some of these there are talents that can be applied in all those places. Now, we have people like me who applied their talents in places in spaces like copywriting, where you use your creativity to nail a message or speak to a company's potential customer and also speak to the one they have, so that you need that creativity between you, the brand owner, and the brand consumer. You need some creativity there to keep these people emotionally connected to your product.
Wow.
Yeah. Sometimes you might be good enough at designing the product. Yeah. But you're not as good enough at gaining and maintaining the confidence and emotional connect to your product. That is when you need people who can, pick that creativity off the stage, apply it in this business space also. The creativity of, the world has become so visual. The world is so visual that if you have a message and you do not design it in maybe typography, you're not going to. You have to apply some typography. So and creativity has really, to me, we are living in a time where creatives have to be very awake to the fact that the audiences that we are creating for are exposing themselves sometimes much more than we, the creatives.
And they're also becoming creative themselves in their own right.
So they attain a higher level of judgment of your art. That if you do not expose yourself better or more than they are exposing themselves, the audience will run away. It will be 3-4 steps ahead of you, and by the time you wake up to chase this audience and get it. It's not that you're not creative anymore. They have exposed themselves much more. And now, so creatives have to be on their toes because our audiences are becoming more creative.
Wow. Wow. Faisal, we want to dive to you in Belgium. You've heard, I think Richard just said something fundamental to understanding. If a business person is watching, they need to understand where Richard is coming from. If a creative person is watching, they need to understand that if you're not constantly putting your craft together, that audience that you're creating that product for is going to come for you. And once they get exposed, they might age you out, not because you're not doing something right, but because they're already exposed to a manner in which they can judge the product and know what is good and what is not. Just before we go for a break, Faisal, your thoughts on that one? What type of creativity do we have in theater and performing art, as well as, from a programming point of view, as a guy who is always doing stuff for entertainment? Whenever we are stressed, we run to you, and you guys give us relief. Faisal, over to you.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I think, as Richard says, that one of the things that we strive for as programmers is always the consistency and also understanding our audience. Like the Fun Factory guys really mastered the audience. I think they have never really failed to fill a space, whatever big or small they occupy, because they know who their people are and what they want and how to keep them at the edge. I think it's the whole mystery around building audiences. How do you keep your people to they come to you? They are never bored. Speaking for Baimba, we've always developed I don't know what we call it the experiencing audience. Our audience is very experiencing. They always want to see something new. I think from the beginning, we've always challenged ourselves and challenged our audiences to bring in a new feeling of a new art form. That's why we managed to introduce new art forms that were not really much on the market, like video mapping, street theater. We did things like headphone disco. I don't know whether you know that. We know when we started it in 2009. And people always want to see what's new this time at Baimba. And when that drifts away, that you are not able to do the more, then your audience starts wondering what's going on. They start finding or trying to find other opportunities or other options. That's why they run away to other events. But at the same time, it might be also a good thing for you. For example, our cause in programming Baimba has always been about experiencing audience, but at the same time, we forgot about ourselves. Then we took off some 2 years of reinventing our programming, and then the audience was confused. And I didn't blame them, but it was intended to kind of create this kind of tension between, okay, where do we go? Is it still the same Baimba? But they don't know what's coming up for them. And I'm curious how they'll react when the new Baimba comes back. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Faizo. You don't know how the somebody just sent a message and says, you don't know how important this program is to me right now. I'm learning something that Richard has just said has tickled somebody. And he said, you don't know how much I've just picked from Richard in that small space. I've always seen him on stage just making us laugh. I didn't know the man can speak too much sense. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment. I think you should take that as a compliment. You see, Richard, we're going to take a break, but when you come back, we're going to start from that particular point of where people just see you on stage and assume that this is the sum total of the person. And they never know that this person there's more to this person. Well, the creative industry is going for a break, and when we come back, Richard Chiwanje and of course Faizo Chiwewa all the way in Belgium will be giving us a lot bit more about the differences between, you know, the creativity and innovation. These two words are always, you know, confused. And you stay right there, pick a coffee, and when we come back, we want to hear your kisses and disses. If you have some kisses, if you don't have, you know, disses, whatever it is, we're okay. The Creative Ministry Talk will be right back after the break. Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook. Yes. Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials. Yeah. And I understand the traditionalists. Okay. There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
I want us to talk about the corporate entities, the corporate society. I mean, the money comes from there to the creative art. For a long time, while the creative people are thinking the spaces to create this stuff, you know, most ad agencies are run by creative minds. And these creative minds handle. Welcome back from that break. This is Creative Industry Talk, where we sit and discuss things that affect the industry where we are. It's a platform that exists for everyone in the creative space to think. It's a platform that we come together to share ideas. There's a platform that we believe can bring together the creators and, of course, the policymakers on the round table to think and to come up with, you know, very integrative mind maps that allows us to take the industry and the development around our country and our individual projects forward. Of course, Richard, welcome back to the show. And of course, Faizo Chiwewa all the way in Belgium. We are missing, you know, Jeremy Bemanzi from the advertising sector. We would have had a fantastic moment with him right there. And we hope that Jeremy will be here next week. We think that this series of having Richard and Jeremy coming in and Faizo will run for the next 2 weeks. So if you're missing this one, Richard will be back next week. But we want to hear from you. I'll start by a comment from one Frank Tugume says, I'm always glad to be here. And a shout out to Richard on the show and as well Faizo. And he says, I don't know how you guys are doing it, but Facebook is off in Uganda, but the show is on. And Faisal just
we are not in
gave him the
Uganda.
tips, yes. Faisal just gave him a tip on that one of what is going on. Well, Richard, welcome back to the program. I want to take you straight to, there is this, you know, thinking Ugandans usually have, or generally, people always think that they see you on stage and they form an opinion about you.
Yeah.
And most times, because we are not being like politicians or sitting and wearing good ties and something like this, people assume that these are just funny guys. Even the president has said this is these funny people before. But until your colleague Annington Bujingoze said you're seated here, and then he met the president, and the president said, "I was told you have a lot of money, you are rich." Then he says, "No, I just have enough for me." But he says, "You funny people, where do you get money from?" It's just an understanding that people don't have around people. But what's your thought on that one? How do we help people to start seeing that we're actually more serious people than they think we are?
First, I think the people who have that kind of mindset, the mind is a very funny place. What you expose is what they take and they expound on that.
Yes.
It will never end on the stage. So they see Richard acting a school child, they see Richard acting a headmaster, then tomorrow the other show you are a drunkard, they put you in there, they paint a picture of who Richard is off the stage.
Yes.
And that picture will never be very far from the picture they see here, because you have given them the first brick to build their image of you.
Yes.
So me, personally, if I tell you my experiences as an artist and a creative who applies my creativity in different spaces, because I do professional emceeing for events of different sizes and shapes. Yes. But I know people who tell me when I get a gig, for example, they tell me, it was a process getting zeroing down
to you as
because
a person,
the bosses were like,
wanted this person here.
And we told them, this
gentleman
will nail it the way we want it.
Yes.
And it's like, but this guy, man, the kind of comedy he does, will he handle this very corporate event? And we see him have like they throw around lines like, sio nazanyango mwana.
Yes.
Sio nazanyanga batamivu. This kind of event.
Yes.
Because because you see certain events I handle they're multinational. The audiences are not just Ugandan. And that goes down. It brings another issue, and all of us artists and creatives in Uganda have been victims of our own
creativity.
That is one, but also not working on our personal brands.
Okay.
It's just recently that we started working on our personal brands with the help of social media. People get to know the Richard Tuanje, separated from the actor, the comedian, the entertainer. I think it's now, you need to work on your personal brand. That is a given. There are no two ways about it, especially if your money, especially if you want to start earning while you're not performing.
Yes.
Because we are in a time where you need to earn while you're not performing. Because we've tested months where now there's no performance.
Yes, 1.5 years were.
And believe me, the talents in this city who have worked on their personal brands, and their personal brands speak for their personal brands work up a value for them, they still somehow survive. Compared to those whose brand they know is just on stage, on stage presence. Because then you limit yourself to a talent that only earns per performance. And if you get that and expound on it, build a personal brand, apply your talents elsewhere, or even learn, because a lot of people have talents in this city, but they don't skill the talent.
Yes.
That's another thing. Then also separating the talent from his personality. Also in our audience, because we can never not think about the audience. The audience
is where the money is, where the business is. That's where things come from. It's your product.
Yes. In better societies, they know how to tell apart the talent and the personality, because the audiences